Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you'd like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, John Travolta, JMails24, Unamento, M Iron26, Endless, Goldie McKinnon, Retro Bill, More Books, Canna Bear, Fiber Oats, Bogey, Michael Kahn, Rob H, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Mel B Styles, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Rob W, Open-Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
When I came on around 1 o'clock, you had mentioned that I brought something up that you wanted to follow up on, Righteous?
Yeah, but that was yesterday.
Okay. No, sometimes continuing a discussion from before is very valuable. Because I do find that sometimes the best part of the discussion comes up just before the show is about to start, and we have to cut it off.
All right.
Yeah, but no problem. Now, I heard something yesterday. I was just wondering if any one of you would like to maybe help me with it before. It was something while Nathan was critiquing the video he was watching, and he made this statement, or maybe I'll wait till he comes. Yeah, Nathan's not on yet, I guess.
I'm here.
He is.
Nathan is always here. Always assume Nathan is here and you're being recorded.
Oh, okay. The question was that I had. He mentioned hoisting two balls to the top of a tower is not a natural or naturally occurring phenomenon. Why would that not be a naturally occurring phenomenon? Would anybody know?
What's natural? What does natural mean?
Natural?
Yeah.
Sorry?
What does
Something
natural mean?
that can happen naturally. In nature, you could see it happening in nature.
Right. So
I think before.
So how often do you stumble across balls hoisted to the top of a tower in nature?
It's just in my memory. I have you talking about a tree growing, and then say there are two apples on the tree. They would be moved naturally above the earth. And so they can fall off that tree and be seen as a naturally occurring phenomenon. Sorry.
Oh, you sort of had two phenomena there, though, didn't you?
Yes.
Right. So which one are you picking? Because the second one, came after the first one.
The tree growing up.
Right.
Yes.
So how did the tree get up? Well, it grew from the ground upwards in an upward direction. So that's the first thing.
Okay.
Right. So you could say that's a natural phenomena. So are we looking for the answer of why trees grow? Is that our phenomena?
No. Here's the point I was trying to make is that the what was going to be used in the test was that the balls were high up and then they would fall to the ground. Correct?
And where does that happen in nature?
Well, this is where I'm saying there could be two apples on the top of that tree that got there naturally, that can even naturally fall from that position. So we have things being in the air falling to the ground as a naturally occurring phenomena.
Yes, that's correct. Now we're getting somewhere.
Okay, so what was being tested was the speed or whatever that those two
No.
things fell to the ground.
No. So
True
the
enough?
naturally occurred phenomena is, in nature, some things go up, some things go
Yes.
down, and some things remain in equilibrium or don't move. That's the actual phenomena that we observe.
But we don't naturally see them fall?
Yes, I just said. The phenomena is some things go up, some things go down, and some things remain neutral.
Okay. But my question was that you said hoisting two balls to the top of a tower is not a naturally occurring phenomenon.
Correct.
I'm just using the two balls being in the air as being comparable to two apples being on a tree and falling to the ground.
Okay, after they've grown upwards.
Right.
So it's an incomplete phenomena that you're describing. It's incomplete. If you just describe the down bit, it ignores the fact that the tree had to grow up first. So it's incomplete. If you just say, well, I'm going to study why things fall down, it ignores that if they've detached themselves from the seabed and made their way to the top surface level, that would be them going up. But it ignores all of that if you just say, why does the apple fall? Because if you describe that as the phenomena, then you're trying to establish the cause of apples detaching themselves from their branches. But that's not a naturally occurring phenomena in regards to the summary of what you're studying. So to be complete, you have to describe the phenomena in its entirety as we observe it. Some things can fall from a tree through water and carry on going. Some can hit the water and stop. You know what I mean? There's a more wide-reaching phenomena that's not being described if you just exclude all things except down with the example.
Okay. Okay. Let's accept that. Okay, as a way to in some way question what the person who was taking the balls to the top of the tower said. Could we make the same comparison, say, in producing a single photon and everything that it takes?
I'm lost. You've just segued with a big pause in between.
Sorry?
You've gone from balls being dropped and relative density disequilibrium to photons being developed. I don't see the segue between the two of them.
I'm just trying to make a comparison between if we make a criticism of the one process of taking the balls up to the top and then dropping them, and then criticize that part of taking the balls to the top of the towers.
Yeah, because it's not a natural phenomena. There's a man involved with doing that. They take him up to the top of the tower.
Yes, you're right. I'm saying let's agree on that.
Sure.
But I'm saying, can we agree that the production of a single phenomena, a single photon, takes a man-made process?
No, we experience light.
But a single photon is never observed.
And
so it takes a man-made process to do that.
What
Similarly as walking up the stairs.
Yeah, to isolate it. Yes, it does. So what?
It's like taking the ball. You don't see a comparison with that and taking the balls to the top of a tower.
No, you're mistaking. No, because you've mistaken the setup for the hypothesis, the apparatus used, and the process versus the establishment of the phenomena that you're studying, and then a presumed cause of that phenomena. That will be then actualized in the experiment. You're saying, well, what's wrong with taking the balls up? Is that the experiment? What was the independent variable and dependent variable for the experiment? Because if the setup is taking it to the top, well, that would be the experiment, wouldn't it? Well, you don't start with the experiment. That would be taking the balls to the top of the tower in this instance. You start with a naturally occurring phenomena. Now, if you want to study why apples detach themselves and displace the air that they move through, that's a different phenomena, but that's not what you're saying. You've gone past the, well, we'll establish a phenomena, then presume a cause of it, and then vary our cause to see if it causes it. You've gone past that by saying, well, what's wrong with taking balls up to the top? Well, because that's the experimental setup before the phenomena's been described. And when describing it, you've moved it away from balls being dropped onto apples. Well, they're not the same thing. One's apples, one's men going up a tower. And if they are going up a tower to do an experiment, what was their observed phenomena? Is, in this instance, the phenomena apples dropping from trees. We need to know what the phenomena we're studying is first.
Okay. I need to go and go through it again. Okay, thanks.
That's okay. Step 1, observe natural phenomena. Step 2, formulate hypothesis. That's assume a cause of the effect you're studying. Step 3, vary presumed cause to see if it causes the effect. That's it. So if you start with, well, if I go up a tower with some balls and drop them, and then start trying to explain why that happened, well, because men took them up to the top of the tower and dropped them. Step 1, observe natural phenomena. Then presume a cause of the effect you've just witnessed. So you're saying, I witness apples falling from trees. Okay? You want to establish the cause of that effect? Well, when you look into the cause of that effect, you establish how the apple got up there, don't you? Right? Because it grew from the ground. There's a whole process that precedes that. Now, therefore, it's not a reasonable phenomena to try and vary and manipulate, because then you're trying to vary and manipulate the cause of the apple getting into disequilibrium. You haven't established what disequilibrium is, how it's got there. You're starting at a point in time where it's already in disequilibrium, which is unreasonable as a natural phenomena to exclude all the things that proceeded to get it there. What's the cause of it being in disequilibrium in this instance? Well, because it grew from the ground. Why did it grow? And so you go on. That would be how you'd investigate that as a scientific exploration. However, if your phenomena is some things seem to go up, some things seem to go down, some things seem to remain neutral, this is something that we observe in nature. So the phenomena you can apply to all sorts of different things, and it varies with medium. It's medium specific. So therefore, how can you formulate that into an experiment? In other words, what can you suppose is the cause of that phenomena? I.e., what would be the cause of things moving in various vectors? Well, we can establish the cause of the effect by saying a variation of the medium density would be the cause of its vector. So when you vary the relative density of the medium, you can change the vector of an object suspended in the medium. For example, an egg. You put an egg in water, get it to the point, hopefully, where, if depending on how ripe it is or whatever the word is, it's roughly suspended in the water. And then you can increase the salt level and watch what happens. You see a vector change, the direction. It has one where it was static previously. So you varied a presumed cause, the density of the medium, and caused the effect you saw, a vector, in a direction, relative to your viewing it. Well, that's a cause and effect relationship established by varying a cause, seeing if you can get the effect you're studying. You get the effect because you varied the cause. So what's the cause? Well, it's medium specific, it's relative density. That's why we have it titled as such, scientifically validated. When you say what causes the disequilibrium, well, it's relative to the density, hence relative density disequilibrium. Vary the medium, you vary the direction, vary the vector. You could cause it to reach equilibrium, you could force it out of equilibrium. Depends on the density of the medium the thing's in. Men will fall through the medium of air, float on the medium of water, etc., etc. So it's medium specific. But you can only establish that once you've got a viable thing to study in the first instance. So hence dropping things off buildings and saying, what causes that? Well, the cause is the thing that made it happen. What got the balls up there to drop? A man taking them up to the top of the building. Anyway.
Yeah, and I guess that's where I'm trying to make a connection, because I see something natural, the tree taking those apples to a height, right? It may take a lot of time for it to get there, but it gets there,
With light,
right?
it's a different story, because with light, yes, you can peg down the naturally occurring phenomena. Does light diffract? Yes. Do you see it in nature? Yes. Light diffraction. Okay, so you've got a really easy to peg phenomena, the diffraction. Now, they can convolute it as much as they like with complicated mathematical terms like wave functions. It doesn't matter. What does matter is, well, why are they studying it in the first place? It's because it's as a result of a long string of other experiments that have preceded it, a journey of discovery into light. Now, when you start looking at the journey, if you like, all of the experiments, you see that our understanding is actually very crude. Now, that's not because of us being thick or whatever. It's because the apparatus that you use, the tool rather that you use, the scientific method that is very, very, very narrow. Now, don't get me wrong, it's absolutely groundbreaking in terms of the discoveries it can offer you if you know what causes an effect you're studying in nature, especially if it's a health-related effect. That can be extremely beneficial to humanity. And most of the time, people see scientific discoveries, especially when it comes to light. When it comes to computing, they can see the end result, the technology that comes from the scientific validity. But if you just put the experimental data in front of them, you'll go, well, what was the? Why were they even studying this? Why were they studying? What's one step on? Wave function collapse. Where do you see that in nature? And you're like, well, you don't. But they have this effect occurring while they're studying light, while they're failing, if you will, while they're trying to presume causes for effects, and they're not getting the results they want. They keep getting null results, zero difference. But along that journey of discovery, other things do get validated. You do get experimental validity for. But what do you think that does? Yes, it helps with technology. We can see all the advantageous things it does. The disadvantage, if you want to see it a different way, is that it opens up a bazillion more questions every single time you validate anything in science. You go, wow, we know the cause. But that begs the question. It doesn't. It raises the question of X, Y, and Z after the fact. So then you find that when you go back through scientific history, there's a logical step or a thing that occurred during the process that led them to ask a new question. And that new question is always directly in relation to a phenomena that they observe. Now, the phenomena that they observe will have to, and is always going to be directly linked to the physical reality of our nature. That's why it's natural science. So there's always going to be a phenomena to observe. But it's tying down, has this phenomena been directly created by man? Or is the man-made creation of a phenomena we experience in nature being done to refine the experimental setup? So you're close when you say, well, if you're trying to establish why does the apple displace the air from that point, once it detaches itself from the stem with a breeze or whatever it is that causes the stem to detach, from that point, why does it reach the ground thereafter? Then you can say, right, well, we'd have to presume a cause and effect relationship and vary the cause. Well, are you doing that if you just go and replicate it at the top of a tower? No, you're just recreating the phenomena. And then what after that? You start describing it with maths, making up an explanation. You haven't varied anything to cause that to happen beyond taking it to going to the top of the tower. So what are you recreating as the man in that, even though it's a bastardized experiment, it's not a valid hypothesis. Well, you're representing the growth of the tree when you spiral your way up the staircase. That's what I was trying to get to. But you're halfway there, because you're seeing that once you've established a presumed cause that you're going to go forth to vary, at that point, you've then got to put it into actualization. You've got to do the experiment. Therefore, you've got to actually do something. And on surface level, it seems like going up to the tower and dropping the balls like they're apples is doing something. But it isn't varying the presumed cause of why that would happen, or establishing what it is exactly that you're studying. I hope that's all clear.
I heard a comment yesterday. I think Sleeping Warrior made a comment about, and I hear it pretty often, about helium going up. And I'm not sure if it's like if I buy that helium goes up. When I think of the more dense material just going down, displacing the helium, therefore it's going up. Just it's not really going up. Everything else around it is going down. Is that not the understanding?
No. What's going down around it?
The more dense gas.
Which are they?
Exactly. I'm not sure which more dense than helium.
Right, you tell me which gases have come from the sky and get poured in down.
I'm not sure. No, dude, this is the understanding. Is it helium going up or is it being displaced?
It's obviously going up. You can watch it go up, but you're saying it's displaced up. And I'm saying, okay, displaced by what? What gas is created in the sky, poured down to displace up helium balloons?
Yeah, good question. Water, vapor,
Water vapor
nitrogen.
comes down, does it? Or is it water liquid that comes down?
Well, the vapor turns into a liquid when it gets dense enough.
Which way
and
does
it's
that go?
rain.
From puddles to the sky, which way is that? Is that down?
That's going up. Yeah.
So that's not displacing helium down then. It's not moving down then to displace the helium up. That's another gas created at ground level going up. So can you name any gases that don't do that? That don't get created at ground level and then disperse into the area of volume that they've got to be dispersing into, as opposed to what you've suggested should be the accepted norm, which is that gases are poured in from the sky and come down like rain to displace up helium balloons. That's absolutely not how it happens.
Yeah,
Well,
can I ask a question?
Then nothing goes down. Everything goes up. Can you show me anything that goes down?
Yeah, apples. But gases are all created at ground level and are going up. There are a few exceptions to that rule in very small amounts of gases that can be created by things like lightning, in tiny little amounts. And because of the concentration of them at their creation point, they're more dense. There's a higher concentration of them. So therefore, they can displace their way down until they work their way through the gaps and all the other gases and then do exactly the same as every other gas, which is to say it fills whatever availability of volume it's got, disperses its way through every other gas that it's got. But when you're talking about 10 to the 100th or whatever in comparison to the rest of the other gases that we actually experience, which are all created at ground level, they're all coming out of the ground and making their way up, or coming out of the tree and making their way up, coming from ground level and going up. Nothing's displacing gases up. They just come out of the ground and make their way out between the gaps in the other gases. That's it.
Yes, everything goes up. I mean, yes, it's like oxygen is less dense than helium, nitrogen less dense than helium, everything's less dense than helium. And they all go up as well.
Yeah, all gases behave basically the same way, which is to say that you can describe it with something called an ideal gas. An ideal gas doesn't really exist, but it's just a simplistic way of describing generalized gas behavior. That's to say, it doesn't matter what you disperse into the area of volume that you're going to describe with the ideal gas. They'll all do the same thing. Now, if you have a more complex system, for example, a pressurized gas, and you take a highly concentrated gas, let's say a man-made gas, like sulfur hexafluoride, you can introduce it into the gas that's already occupying the space in a high enough quantity to make it appear like it's puddling. However, the high quantity of gas introduced into an area that's not vacant, it's already got gases bouncing around in it, will still, over time, have the exact same entropic effect apply, which is to say that that gas will make its way through all of the gaps in all of the other gases eventually, even though it starts off in high concentration, where all it's doing is bouncing off other gases that are the same as it in the concentration that it's in. But that won't last. It's a law of nature. It will disperse without exception.
Interesting. Thanks, Nathan.
Pleasure. That's why the sky is not a
question?
vacuum, by the way. That's what debunks the sky as a vacuum, because like with all gases that disperse their way through other gas gaps, if there was nothing but gaps, one giant gap called the sky vacuum out of space, that's where the gas would all be heading, because it'd have nothing to impede it from doing so.
Yeah, that used to
Nathan,
get
I
me
got a
all the
question.
time. Hold on, that used to be one that get me all the time. No, helium's not going down. It's the air around it. It's pushing it down. It's pushing it up. It's like 2015.
Go on, who's the guy you wanted to ask something? Go ahead, whoever it was.
Oh yeah. I got a brother here that's a Globie, but he just wanted to have he had a question. I said, because we have the clouds in the air and we're in a pressurized system, we would say. My brother says, well, if you don't have proof of the dome or proof of containment, he says, how would you know? You don't have a measurement there.
Yeah, I do. Got gas pressure here. That's my
We have
measurement.
gas pressure. That's my
Right.
question. I said we have gas
Right.
pressure. That's it. But he says no. You don't know where it is. Where's that barrier? How would you know?
Doesn't
I said,
matter.
well, the proof of containment.
Sure.
It doesn't
Proof
matter.
of
right?
containment is gas pressure. Gas
Proof
is
of containment. Okay.
yeah, containment. I don't know what the
So I don't
container
need
is. I have no idea what it's
Yeah.
made of. However, I know that it is proven by the fact that gas requires something to press on. And if it wasn't
Yes.
pressing on something, it would be dispersing into the area of volume. It either hits a wall and comes back, or it carries on going. So if, as they claim, the sky was a vacuum, then it's just an area for a gas particle that's moving at a high velocity to move into. No different to, let's say that arbitrarily there is a Kármán line, like in the heliocentric model. There's an arbitrary point where gases stop. Well, all of the area that you describe within that area, the heliocentric atmosphere, all of that's an area, right? Where the gas can move around in all directions, right? Now let's realise that the Kármán line isn't a barrier for gas to hit. So now that there's no barrier there, a gas particle makes its way from the ground and snakes its way through all the other gas particles, bashing on them as it goes, and reaches this arbitrary line that doesn't exist called the Kármán line. What does it do? Does it A, take off its bra in defiance of natural gas law and say, I will not continue in the direction I am travelling. I will stay here at a line called Kármán? Or does it obey natural law because it's laws of nature that describe things that occur always without exception and just travel in whatever direction it's travelling in until it is impeded by something? Well, I can assure you it's the latter. So either the sky is a vacuum, in which case the gas would fill that space, or we have gas pressure. Well, we have gas pressure. Therefore, we can't not have containment. How else would we have gas pressure? Go to your local tyre service station and ask them to give you the cushy air pressure without the expensive tyre. And look at the looks on their faces when they go, no, you need a container for gas pressure. You need the tyre bit for the gas to press on, so it doesn't fuck off into the rest of the area around it. So you need something to contain the gas for it to be at pressure. So what's that? We're contained by a sky vacuum. No, that's not a container. That's an area the gas would fill, like the area around the rim of your car if you didn't have a rubber tyre to create the gas pressure. It would vacate into the wheel well and then into the rest of the space that it had beyond the wheel well if nothing stopped it. We definitely have a container. There is no doubt it's an antecedent-consequent relationship. Without the container, there can be no pressure. Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. If you'd like to join the discussion, be sure to mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the discussion and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected. And if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on Facebook and Twitter. And we are joined by 10th Man Rising, Righteous Force, Eli, Refracted Curvature, Neil, and a whole bunch of people in Discord. So welcome, one and all.
Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you, Nick.
Hey.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good to have you all. All in a happy, joyful mood, I hope.
Indeed.
Check out the
Yes, we are.
If you're a member, check out the pre-show when it comes out in a few hours' time. There's a fairly reasonable discussion on gas pressure without a container, antecedent consequent relationships for the sky vacuum claim, debunking it with gas pressure, and one of the Discord panel's family members in the near vicinity of a microphone was asking how we could possibly assume that there is a container when we don't know what the container is. Now, that is true. We do not know what the container is. We do know, however, that there is and must be containment for us to have gas pressure. Jesus wept. Go on, Neil.
You said we don't know what the container is, and I just said, says you.
You think you know what the container is, Neil?
Yes, I know what the container is. It's in the Bible. It's clear as day.
Okay.
Yeah, my brother had a big hang up on that part. He says, "Well, you don't know what it is." So he says, "So how could you? How could I?" So, well, we have containment. He says, "But you don't have measurements for where that containment is." I'm like, "Oh, well, you're right about that, and we don't know."
Oh.
Yeah, but you don't need to see the cow to know where you got the ribeye from. It's a necessary antecedent.
Correct.
So that's what I would tell him.
Yeah, that's a QE line. I agree with that. But I know you can't use the Bible because we're in flat earth debate. I'm saying, me personally, I stand by that, how it explains it, and it's a dome.
The cow's pretty good because you get to the meat of the argument right away.
Hey,
You can call it whatever you like. I have no objection to people calling it a dome, actually, Neil. If you want to call it a dome, fine. I don't care. But if somebody was trying to pin me down on it, I'd say containment, because it's an antecedent for the gas pressure we experience. We have gas pressure, therefore we must have containment. Now, I can't go beyond that personally, and if your Bible faith leads you to believe that it's describable as a dome, fine, no worries. Call it whatever you like from your Bible belief. It's the same as me saying it's containment as far as I'm concerned.
I used to stand by that. 1 second before you do. I used to take the same route, Nathan, for a while, but now it has opened the door for me to minister the gospel. So that's why I say dome now. But I'm like you. I say the same thing. We have containment. But for my personal reasons, I say dome because it opens up a door for communication in the salvation of a human being. That's it.
I just want to say there are more similarities in the actual human body than geographically speaking or metaphysically speaking. There are more parallels and similarities to the human body in the Bible than physical reality.
You know what? I've got a recommendation for you, Gene. Maybe you should look into the Kundalini.
Well aware.
I could never have guessed.
I knew it was the Kundalini guy. I recognized that voice.
Okay. So there we go. There's a bit of
not talk about
housekeeping.
stuff like
We're
that.
doing sort of tail end of yesterday because this is a part 2 show. So for whatever reason, 10th picked a 28-minute video for an hour-long live show. So we're about 8 minutes into it.
I told you it's got. Hang on, please.
It's just saying hello.
It's got
hello,
absolutely.
Eli.
It's got absolutely.
Okay.
Oh my!
You just have to accept that that's Eli's shtick now. Eli's like that guy that decides that he's going to rump us. There is no way you're going to get around.
He didn't do it on purpose.
All I said was hi.
I know you didn't do it on purpose.
It's outrageous.
I got it.
Just know your place, Eli. How dare you say hello?
Anyway, the video is on topic with what we've been doing the reaction videos of late, but the ending is absolutely fantastic because it's everything you've said they do. And it just does it right at the end. So it's worth it.
Okay. I mean, other than a few housekeeping questions that I do, because it's a part 2 show, want to cover because we didn't cover it in the coverage of this video, which we will get to in a second, which is by Dialect. Not a massive YouTuber, but this video's had 104,000 views. So obviously, being in line with the heliocentric rhetoric, it'll get shoved down everybody's throats, as opposed to what we do. Not that I'm going to start moaning about that at this particular junction, but I will ask, any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth?
No, none whatsoever. It's made up stuff to add fodder to the other made up stuff. Like we live on a sphere with an R value. Where's that?
Well, what does my father have to do with this?
That's FODDER.
Like cannon fodder?
Like the farther you see, the better your view.
Okie doke, let's get into this. So, as I say, if you want to see the part 1 for the first 8 minutes, we're not going to do this.
Can I say something real quick?
You can.
Oh, yes. We keep on saying the R value for our new listeners and other people. We mean radius, right? Is that what we're talking about?
Earth radius. I specify it when I ask the question. So I say an evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge horizon, and then later any evidence the R value, Earth radius specifically.
And most people tell me, well, I Googled it right here, and here's the number.
Yeah. What's the
wonderful? We
the question,
like that number.
So, is a number evidence?
So we need calculation, right?
Is a calculation
measurements
evidence? Okay, answers.
We need.
Is a number evidence? Yes or no?
No.
Is a calculation evidence?
So we ask for proof of measurement.
Measurement. There we go. But evidence.
Okay, let's see the video.
Yeah, but it's a very pertinent point because the R value is the basis of every single begging the question fallacy of a sphere Earth that exists. So if you're going to say that you've got proof of a sphere, you will start with an assumption of that value, without exception. There is no other way to try and demonstrate proof, claimed to be, of a sphere Earth. You have to beg the question, and it's all prefaced on that value. So that's where it starts and ends. In my most recent video, which was just a trimmed out bit of the end while I was fiddling with the computer or something, and there was a reasonable discussion that I just hadn't cottoned on to. I'd published it, but I wasn't listening at the time. So when I went back looking for a video to publish over the weekend, I found a chat between Chocolate, Eli, Brian, I think Arwin, and QE. A couple of others. I think John was there. And the discussion's basically talking about the idiocy of the flat Earth consensus when it comes to the style of argumentation. And the thumbnail I picked was any evidence of the R value on the thumbnail. Because it's so relevant. Because if you're going to debate this subject, you need to understand the foundation of the globe claim. There's 2 pillar stones, right? Number 1, that the horizon is Earth curve, that it's a hill getting in the way. Number 2, that the claim for that premise comes with an assumption of a value, that R value. That's the pillar stone, the cornerstone, whatever you want to call it, of the entire claim, the R value. That's why it was absolutely monumental that Mick West conceded his assumption of it in his mathematics. There is no measurement of R. But to claim you're on a sphere, you'll start by saying, if we're on a sphere, and in that statement you've assumed R. So it's absolutely critical that people who are debating this subject understand that. And it's not simple. It's not like saying the horizon rises with eye level. No, it fucking doesn't. Shut up, idiot 2015 flat earthers. Know your place in this argument. It's advanced to the point where we understand what the horizon actually does and how it's actually utilised to save people's lives in navigation. It certainly doesn't rise to eye level. It's part of their basis of their claimed R measurement. So no, most assuredly not. Anyway, that's enough of me bleating about R values, unless there's any evidence of the R value. Is there?
None. There's only 2 arguments I really use. It's the R value and the absence thereof. Because if you're going to claim you live on a sphere, you got to have an R value. And whether they calculate it or assume it, it gives the listener a feeling like they have a measurement and they know it exists. I said, great, how'd you get the measurement? What is it? And that's why I said earlier to the caller, I'm glad they have a number of 3959. Now we can hold them to it. And what is the black swan? About 3959 and a 1 foot observer height, that it always has to be at that place, but no further. What is that, Nathan?
1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is the distance to the geometric limitation they call Earth curve if the radius was, as claimed, 3959 miles.
Right. So if you're a 1 foot high above sea level and you're looking at the horizon, which is Earth curve, if you live on a sphere, right, then that has to be at 1.2 miles out. But then when you have two oil platforms where we know the distance from shore at just over 6 miles and just over 9 miles, and the horizon is beyond that Earth curve in their model, but that's got to be in front of it, no further than 1.2 miles, you just destroyed the Earth with an R value of 3959. And then they start the bleeding of, oh, maybe it's bigger. Well, then it's over. If you say it's bigger, it's over, because at 10 miles, the radius would be over 260,000 miles instead of 3,959, which means every calculation, every other BS thing you told us about space travel and distances to the sun, or even going from LA to Charlotte would all change.
Exactly. There isn't one argument in the housekeeping that isn't fundamentally dependent on R if it's based on a sphere claim that they make. So molten iron core, it's at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth. It's the most obvious one. That's why it's in the question, because it's almost laughable. But doesn't matter what argument you're talking about. Evidence of elevation angle measurements from curved baselines, that's going to require an R value for the curved baseline that they assert that they're going to be not getting an angle from. Axial rotation requires an axis. What do you think the axis is? Dependent on having a sphere value for the R that the axis rotates about. Dependent on R. Oh, well, what about gas pressure without a container? That doesn't need R, does it? Yeah, it does. Atmosphere, sphere-shaped air. What do you think the air's doing in the heliocentric model? It's violating natural law in a sphere shape. And in all instances, their trick, the heliocentrist trick, linguistically, is to get that assumption in without you necessarily realising you're even using it when you do it. So when you say, well, of course, we've got atmosphere. That's why we've, not losing our air to the vacuum. It's in a sphere shape around the sphere Earth. Is it? Air doesn't take the shape of spheres. Where'd you get your sphere that it's wrapped around from the R value? Of course. Atmosphere, dependent on R. That terrestrial refraction, based on R. It's all based on R. There isn't a single argument for the globe that doesn't start with the assumption of the R value. There are no exceptions.
Not only that,
Good morning, guys.
visually, good morning.
Chocolate.
But visually, if the Earth had curvature at that rate of that R value, we would see it. And we've never seen it, whether you're on the commercial airline like myself at over 40,000 feet, the highest I ever was on a plane, or at sea level on my boat. I've never seen Earth curve. But the R value has to show with curvature, and it never happens. So it's this non-existing cornerstone of their claim that's so phony that if you destroy it right away, you can, I tell people, I'll accept everything Neil deGrasse Tyson tells me. I'll become a glober. I'll do all that. Just show me the R value in reality. And they can't.
Probably because they got to use a flat plane to get it.
That's the second part.
Well, that is absolutely critical, because that's a recent discovery. For me, I don't know, maybe everybody else was wise to this, but I can only speak for myself. That was absolutely profound to realise, as would obviously be the bloody case, the Earth is actually observably, measurably, demonstrably flat. So how are you going to get a sphere to manifest itself out of the flat plane that you're actually living on? Well, you've got to utilise that flat plane somehow if you're going to be using it for measurements and making the assertion that the surface is sphere-shaped. You've got to do it somehow. There's going to be a starting point. It's got to relate to the ground, especially if you're using it in navigation, which is the main thing we're focused on at the moment. So what does that imply? Well, it implies that they've got to use a flat plane at some point. Well, have they? Yep. They absolutely have. They've been taking angles to stars from it. That's how they measure the ground. That's how you navigate the ground. That's how you build on the ground. The ground's flat. That's how it is. So it shouldn't be a shock to say that the sphere
Nathan,
models come from a flat plane measurement, but it has. That's how the world is.
Also, I had a question about when they say show me a flat Earth map. And I always say, well, they're all derived from a flat plane.
Yeah. Your equatorial plane is basically an area of equal elevation for Polaris. That's all it is.
Well, they even have to transpose a tangent plane on any part of the orthographic pictures of a sphere in order to get an angle measurement. Well, why can't you just use the curvature of the sphere to get your measurements? Well, because it'll never work out.
Okay, I think we've covered the majority of the housekeeping questions over this two-parter, so we can crack back on with dialect, if you're all good to go.
Oh, well, that's the new one.
And they notice they feel just as heavy as being on a rocket ship accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared through space.
9.8 meters per second squared is this downward bias of an assumed gravitational attraction to the center of the mass of Earth. Glass debunks this. There's no 9.8 meters per second.
Space. In fact, all and every experiment they perform at the surface.
They haven't performed any experiments. Again, just a way of convincing you, the audience, that this somehow has scientific validity, empiricism attached to it, because they've done quote-unquote experiments. No. This guy who's saying this is stupid and hasn't realised that he's been hoodwinked. I'm not going to say he's an idiot or a liar. I won't say he's a liar. He's just stupid, rather. Because he doesn't recognise that, no, these aren't experiments.
Surface of the Earth will give indistinguishable results from being on an accelerating rocket ship.
Is that a naturally occurring phenomena to study? To call this science? Step 1 of the scientific method, observe natural phenomena. Would you say the comparison with a spring example in a cartoon with a monkey versus a rocket ship that we're not on is an experiment we can do because we've experienced the phenomena in nature? Any takers?
Well, he said that... Oh, well, go on, John.
I was going to say that flat plane that's flying upwards to be a rocket ship. Yeah, that sounds like somebody else I know.
That's what I heard. It's like,
well,
what?
He said indistinguishable results from the surface of the Earth with whatever so-called experiments is indistinguishable as being in a rocket ship, which is a violation of natural law to even be in a rocket ship in space, because can't get there from here.
The next question, then, naturally, is what is an observer allowed to conclude from this?
Well, if you've got an experiment, as you just claimed you had, then the person who's studying it doesn't have any cause whatsoever to have any inference to draw. If it's an experiment, then it's got an empirical outcome. That is to say, you either validate your presumed cause of the effect as valid, you caused the effect, or you didn't. You validated that the presumed cause didn't cause the effect. So you're asking what we're allowed to ponder. There's no ponderance involved if it's an experiment. Clearly, it isn't. So you're left wondering. Well, no, that's not what science is for. It elucidates the cause of an effect you observe in nature. That's its only purpose.
It was a great party. Yeah. But someone's got to do the dishes.
Oh.
Let it be.
Part 2. Oh, I can't read that colour.
Well, an objection that could be raised from the get-go is that the free body test can't be performed at the surface of the Earth.
What? What's the three-bodied test? Anybody? Anybody at all? What's he talking about?
I'm Googling.
Einstein's three-body solution, right?
No. He just said the three-body test.
Newtonian.
He hasn't clarified what he's talking about.
It's the Newtonian problem. Newtonian only accounts for two bodies in its equations, M1 and M2.
Okay.
Okay, pop yourselves on mute, Eli.
Because the body isn't free at all. Rather, it's being acted upon by the downward force of gravity.
Well, when you release a helium balloon in this example, why have you got 3 helium balloons?
So, unlike...
Go
Sorry, I was just going to say from the previous statement, it sounds like he concluded that what he's talking about can't be falsified on the surface of Earth. So he can't even do it. He's just talking nonsense.
But he's using that word when... To falsify a hypothesis is to prove the null, right? In other words, if A, not B, is the outcome. That's falsifying the alternative hypothesis. Falsification of your presumed cause of the effect you're studying. But he's using these words. Again, I'm not going to call him a fraud. I don't know who he is. He's just thick. He doesn't know what science is when he uses these words after parroting them off whatever research material he got, or recalling it from his education. In either event, he doesn't know what science is, but he's using these words to grease the skids of the just so stories that he says the observer in this instance has been left to ponder. No ponderance required if it's science, my friend. You'd know that if you knew what you were talking about. You don't.
Like when we were in the rocket ship.
When we were in the rocket ship? Now I can call you a fraud. We weren't. We never were. We won't ever be. We won't be in Narnia either. We can't go to Narnia. We can't get on the rocket ship because there's no outer space. If there was an area of volume for rockets to fall around in a presupposed orbital motion dependent on our value and the mathematics thereof, then the gas would also be able to fill that volume. We'd all be dead here on Earth. There'd be no gas to breathe. So no, we weren't on a spaceship. You, in your fantasy land, you think you were on a spaceship though, don't you? Because you've verbalized it here. So in your mind, you've gone to space.
Here, we can't rule out the possibility that a force acted locally to accelerate our object to the ground.
What, on the spaceship? We weren't ever on a spaceship to ponder this question.
As to the other possibility...
What other possibility for a scenario that we can't experience and aren't partaking in? Why are we exploring possibilities? We should have a presumed cause of an effect that we're studying. But we're hypothetically going to think about possibilities for an outcome in an area that doesn't exist and we're not going to. Because we've done it with a bit of mental masturbation. I'm not going to do any of this. This is nonsense.
That the ground accelerated up.
We could think that the ground goes up. I could do that, could I? No. No, it's absolutely absurd.
Well, this doesn't seem to fit with our everyday intuition.
It doesn't fit with general sanity.
Nor with the larger picture of the Earth being...
That's not a picture of Earth. That's a cartoon with red arrows pointing at it. Why are these red arrows? Yeah, if you turn these arrows around, it would indicate the way the gas would all fuck off into space. Yeah, that'd be the direction it all buggered off in. Yeah, it'd all be coming from the ground, produced by the vegetation, and coming into an area with sod all to stop it dissipating. So if this was our world, we'd all be dead. Because we'd have no gas to breathe. See this little fuzzy little haze that the cartoon person's put on it, the animators put on this? You know, that little haze, what's that, representing gas at high pressure? Yeah? Gas at high pressure means that it's moving at a high velocity in, let's say, this direction. What's it going to do when it gets to the area 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum, represented as this black dotty bit? I tell you what it'll do, it'll just keep going. This would be a barren land with no gas.
Round and all.
No, it isn't. Earth's flat. That's how it's measured. That's how it's navigated. That's how you build on it.
So we, like Newton, probably feel pretty comfortable declaring at this point that the reason the apple falls to the earth is in fact because of the force of gravity.
No, it's because it grew from the ground over a very, very long time to force it out of the equilibrium it would have been on the ground when it grew up. Then it displaced the medium that it grew up through and was suspended precariously on a stalk when a gust of wind presumably came. Then, because it's more dense than the medium, it displaced that medium. Now, I can explain that concisely because a friend of mine did a scientific experiment to validate that. The phenomena being that some things go up, as I keep saying whenever you describe an apple going down. Other things go up. Gases all around the apple aren't falling, but they're very much part of our world. What's with all these arrows? What are they representing? Are they the gas? Because they're not going down, you stupid clown. Yet the gas around all of this, maybe that's representative of these red arrows, that's going up. Yeah, likewise, if you release a helium balloon or watch cloud formation, you can understand that as the puddle goes, it turns to a gas and goes up into the sky. That's up. So some things go up, but yet some things go down. Some things like this monkey are in complete fall arrest, equilibrium. They're not going up or down. So that you could call a phenomena. And we can explain why that happens. Why you can vary the vector. Not by tossing apples that haven't grown like they would if they were on a tree. This monkey inserted the energy that you simultaneously ignore when you take the phenomena of apples falling from trees that have taken a long time to grow up. Oh, just got no logical thinking whatsoever. He's just telling us that gravity is a reasonable explanation for all things go down when they don't. The very air around this, with red arrows in, the only possible thing this arrow could represent. Because what's an invisible thing in this picture? I know damn well I'm breathing air. I can measure the pressure of it. So that's the only thing this arrow is going to represent. And it doesn't go down. It moves in all directions in a high velocity. Ergo, your picture of an Earth without any containment would leave us all dead. Because what it's doing in our arrows, if you want to represent something that's invisible, is gas. We're definitely breathing. It's definitely at pressure, and it definitely expands in all directions to fill whatever volume it's got. If your sky was a volume gas could fill, it would fill it. It's called entropy, a law of nature. Not science. I'm not a charlatan. I don't claim science when talking about Newton.
Alas, there's something that throws a huge wrench into this idea.
What? The fact that not all things go down?
Same very something that Galileo demonstrated with his Tower of Pisa experiment.
It wasn't an experiment. Didn't have an observed naturally occurring phenomena to study the cause of. He didn't detail the phenomena or vary the presumed cause of it. He replicated something dropping. That's not an experiment. It doesn't have an independent and dependent variable. It doesn't have a viable hypothesis. It isn't an actualization of that hypothesis. It is bollocks.
All those centuries
ago. Can I add one thing?
Yeah, feel free.
Yeah, thanks, man. It's just that this is a lie anyways. He never dropped any weight from the Tower of Pisa. This is even confirmed in the Orthodox history books. It's just the mainstream narrative which still attributes that to him, but he never dropped any weights off the tower.
Perfect. So what you're, unlike me, I'm attacking it based on its lack of scientific validity. You're even attacking it based on the narrative story being historically inaccurate also. Oh, yes. Isn't this priceless? Thank you.
It's the fact that gravity...
Fact that gravity? Why would you say such nonsense?
Accelerates all objects
All objects, like helium balloons. That's an object. Does it accelerate helium balloons down 9.8 meters per second? What about steam? What about gas? What about water vapor? That going down 9.8 meters per second as we watch puddles evaporate? I think not, sir. I think you're a moron.
Equally, meaning...
Equally? What, like all of them? The same? No, I've just given you several examples that don't comport with that.
There is no such thing as a body free from the gravitational force.
Releases helium balloon and laughs his ass off.
It also checks calendar. Gravity is not a force. Hasn't been in 107 years. Thanks.
Yeah, excellent.
Charged objects are free from the electromagnetic force. But no object can ever serve as the standard of our definition of a free body in a gravitational field.
What's a gravitational field? Nothing can satisfy this nonsense made-up description of something that isn't real that you haven't shown. Well, who cares if anybody can describe it?
Thus, we have at once lost the very thing we set out to construct.
Sorry, do we set out to just construct things, or do we set out to explain things with science? Pretty sure that science has only got one purpose. It's to elucidate the cause of an effect you've studied in nature. That's its only purpose. So, no, this kind of nonsense wizardry where men come up with explanations and then later decide that they're wrong, yeah, that's because it isn't science.
Definition for true motion.
Describing things when defining things. Yeah, it doesn't explain the thing though, does it? That's science's job.
Because now, our observer on the rocket ship...
What observer on what rocket ship? What, the one in a sky vacuum? In a presupposed orbital motion falling around a sphere Earth that would violate natural law and have nobody alive on it because they'd all be dead? Because they wouldn't have any gas to breathe? Because the pressure hasn't got anything to press on? No, nobody's in a rocket ship behind this stupid cartoon for adults.
Has no way to distinguish whether it was the floor that accelerated towards their object, or whether they're simply in the presence of a gravitational field.
What's a gravitational field? How would we know if we were in the presence of it? What is the presence of it? Can you show it me? Can you describe it? Yeah. Can you show it? No.
Which has rendered their free body not so free after all.
What, when they're falling in a spaceship in a presupposed orbital motion? No, that's not happening to me. It's not happening to you. And I can debunk every claim that NASA says that they're in a presupposed orbital motion in a sky vacuum falling around a sphere Earth when they show you images from their studios on high wires. Trapeze.
Nathan, he's greasing the skids with this so-called rocket ship, and you wouldn't know the floor was what, as he referenced, coming at you to grease the skids for Earth is moving up.
Even worse, with no way to make such a distinction, motion seems to lose its meaning.
What if we're in a hypothetical spaceship where you say you can't tell the difference between up and down and you don't know if things are moving up from the ground with a force in a field? No, I'm pretty sure I know when I'm moving. Yeah, I've got very complex ears that do that for me. They stop me from falling over, generally speaking. So no, I'm not going to buy into this spaceship example where you take away all senses from me and claim that I'm not going to be able to detect emotion. I would.
An observer accelerating in a car, for instance, has equal right to say that they are motionless.
No, they don't. If somebody in a car told me that they were motionless, I would laugh my ass off at them and think they were stupid.
Because they can just claim there is a sideways directed gravitational field in their...
They could, but again, I as a flat earther would laugh my tits off.
Proximity. Acting to accelerate every loose object towards the back of the vehicle.
So in the frame of reference of the vehicle, objects are accelerating to the back of it. Yeah, if you have only a single frame of reference.
This fact is encapsulated by what's known as the equivalence principle, which...
Who cares? You can't assert that if you're in a moving vehicle, you're not moving. That's stupid.
As Einstein put it, is the physical equivalence between a homogeneous gravitational field...
What's that? What's a homogeneous gravitational field? Can you show it me, please? Show me this homogeneous gravitational field, given that, according to Einstein, that would be the geodesic in space-time in his pseudo-four-space geometry. So this isn't physics, this isn't the physical, it's pseudo-geometry. You're not going to be showing us this, and describing an equivalence principle isn't going to make it reality.
And an accelerated frame of reference.
Oh, so I was right when I said it's down to the single frame of reference in your car example. However, it's stupid to say they're not moving. Is that what Einstein would be doing when he says you wouldn't notice that you are in his fourth-dimensional bent space-time? That's fascinating. Shame we don't exist in a fourth-dimensional space-time, otherwise this would have some relevance.
Now, over the decades, the equivalence principle has been interpreted by many as indicating that there is, in fact, no difference.
Who cares what it indicates? It doesn't show, explain, or do anything. It doesn't mean anything, and it's not related to physical reality in any way, shape, or form. So the ponderance of men on this mathematics isn't relevant to our physics. My God.
Difference between true and apparent motion. That they are interchangeable via the addition or
true motion would infer that there's a motion occurring. in the truest sense of the word, apparent would mean appearing to have a motion, but not actually moving. So in literal terms, they are completely contradictory to one another if you say they're the same thing. They are married bachelors.
This whole thing just seems like a giant, what did you guys call it? Policing a squid festival? That's what it seems like to say that there's no difference between motion and non-motion. So to convince people that completely know that they're standing still, that they can be moving at 66,000 miles per hour around a gas ball in a vacuum.
Yeah.
That's all it sounds like to me.
Yeah, if you can understand that from the frame of reference of the car, where you know you're bloody moving and you can feel it, if you can say that you're standing still and just ignore all of those senses that you've got that tell you you're moving, then you're not moving. But you notice how you are moving and you can think you're not. You check that. Keep that in your brain, because I'm about to tell you how you're really moving and you can't feel it.
Yeah.
Traction of a gravitational field.
Sorry, did you show us this gravitational field? Oh, right, yeah, we covered that. Fourth dimensional pseudo-Riemannian force-based geodesics and space-time bending. You're definitely not going to be showing us that, my friend. It's a pseudo-mathematics.
Such a view is purported, for instance, by Eugene Kurtoryansky in his twin paradox video.
What? We're on to describing twin paradoxes. Aren't we going to get into the physics of our realm and our reality, as opposed to detail a physics paradox? I mean, this is so far removed from anything valid or scientific, it's untrue.
But this interpretation neglects an extremely important caveat to the equivalence principle, namely that it applies only locally.
Locally? What, as in our physical reality? No, even that is a bit of a bastardization of the truth about what this is describing in pseudo-force-based geometry. Locally infers that it's something to do with our physics. The physical local reality that we experience is not.
It's interesting as you listen to them reify math into reality. They run into problems, and to sound smart, they'll say, "Yeah, watch this guy's video. He did a good job." Except he neglected that it only works locally, as if they've looked down so deep into this to where now it's a localized thing, but it can't be over the whole thing when the whole thing is not real. But they're giving a reality. He's so far deep into the math that he thinks it's all real, and then locally it answers the problem of the math not being real to begin with.
That is, over very small regions of space and short durations of time.
So in pseudo-geometry, in pseudo-force-space, reified into our physics. No, we don't live in a fourth-dimensional space-time that bends. We don't travel along geodesics. And the caveat within your pseudo-force-based time isn't locally true. It isn't true at all. It's describing a fourth-dimensional space-time reality we don't live in.
This means it is not true that no experiment can distinguish between a uniform gravitational field and acceleration.
That's not a naturally occurring phenomena for an experiment to concern itself with if you reified it into having concerns. It's a method. It establishes and elucidates cause and effect based on natural phenomena. That's what it does. So saying science will never elucidate the cause of a very non-natural phenomena that isn't anything we've experienced or can assume the cause of to vary physically, it's absurd. You don't know what science is.
Indeed, if we are willing to give our observer in the car a little more latitude in their measurement takings, there is an additional experiment they can perform to
What? No, there won't be an experiment, because an experiment is the actualization of a hypothesis, aka a hypothesis test, which would involve you observing natural phenomena. You've decided we have gravitational fields, and then decided that men in cars are actually worthy of experimentation. This isn't a natural phenomena.
determine if their motion is real or...
Go on.
You heard what he said, though? What was the word he used? If you give more liberation?
Or latitude.
So if you give more latitude, okay. So if you give a little bit more freedom to the math, we could then move on to perform another experiment. That doesn't prove what.
But he
what our claim is.
he said additional. Did we miss the first one?
No, we pointed out that it wasn't an experiment.
Oh, so we did miss the first one.
Yeah, he missed the first one. He didn't provide a first one.
Or apparent. That is, after a few seconds, they can take their foot off the accelerator. When they do this, they will notice that the gravitational field in their...
Will they? Anybody ever noticed any gravitational fields when they've released their foot from the accelerator pedal?
No.
Negative.
Nobody. No,
I
this
don't
guy
have
seems
that
to think
model
that
car.
seems to think that accelerator pedals create gravitational field experiences. No? Okay. You're wrong, mate.
Their vicinity instantaneously vanishes.
So people not only experience it, they experience it disappearing. No, nobody in this panel has ever experienced a gravitational field. I can tell you why too, because it's a description in a fourth dimensional space-time reality that we don't exist in. So we're never going to experience it.
Stop here for a second, please. How can we experience it disappearing when you told us we can't experience it at all?
The instantaneity is key here, because according to the theory of...
Is instantaneity a word?
Yes, yeah.
Instantaneity? It's a new one on me.
Special relativity, nothing can travel faster than the speed of light.
We've debunked the speed of light. You'll need an R value for that.
The vanishing of the gravitational field...
What gravitational field?
...thus cannot be attributable to any real counteractive force.
Why would you be attributing it? You haven't experienced it. Nobody's experienced it. It's not experienceable. It's a description in a pseudo force-based maths.
Meaning the observer in the car must conclude the field was fictitious.
What? The field he didn't experience must be concluded as fictitious? But he didn't experience it. Why would he conclude it was fictitious? That force I didn't experience, in that field I didn't experience, must have been a non-force that I didn't experience. Logically speaking. Nobody's thinking that. Nobody's getting out of their golf and thinking that.
This means, at last, we can establish a test for true motion.
Oh, yeah? A test? In science, that's an experiment. An experiment is the actualization of a hypothesis. A hypothesis establishes a presumed cause for an effect you observed in nature that you want to study. So there better be a hypothesis for this test, because contextually, a test's an experiment in this arena. Will it be? No, this idiot doesn't know what science is.
Here's how. If there exists some local...
So if should be if my presumed cause.
Switch we can find to make a gravitational field in our immediate vicinity.
This sounds like a bit of a long independent variable. Could you not have described the phenomena we were experiencing before you start asking if statements?
Instantaneously vanish. Then we know that, in fact, this gravitational field cannot have been real, and that...
Right. We don't test a null. Proving things aren't real is a violation of the scientific method. It means you're not following it or adhering to it. You don't test the null. You don't try and assume something isn't causing something else. The whole point of the method is to try and presume the cause of it. You're trying to get it right. This guy's such an idiot. He doesn't understand the scientific method. Don't test the null.
Previously, we had been undergoing true motion.
Previously, when I couldn't experience anything and didn't feel anything, I was actually undergoing true motion, but given that I wasn't experiencing anything or feeling anything, but I saw it disappear when I wasn't experiencing it, I can conclude it's a fictitious force.
In the case of the car, the switch is the accelerator pedal. In the case of the rocket, it's the firing of the rocket engines.
What rocket? Nobody's on a rocket.
Now, in a similar manner, let's ask, is there something we can do at the surface of the Earth to instantaneously switch off the gravitational field there?
Well, based on your demonstrations and descriptions, I could just let go of a helium balloon and claim I've done that. Check it out! Gravity switched off!
Because if we can indeed find such a switch, this will distinguish for us whether the force causing all objects to fall down is a real one.
Right. So if I've got a little switch that's attached to a little pair of scissors that cuts the ribbon on some helium balloons, and then, contrary to your assertion that all things go down, they don't go down, we can conclude that gravity is false. Yeah, we do conclude that gravity is false based on the fact that not all things go down, and there is examples of things that go up that you seem to have excluded. Shout out to Unitox Femu, who says, if you happy and you know it, invoke imaginary force.
Or rather, if it is merely an apparent one, caused by an erroneous judgment of motion from an accelerated frame of reference.
Nobody would take that logical inference or step ever.
Want to save more?
Anybody got any comments while these unskippable ads skip through?
Yeah, I was going to say, just to build on that super chat, do you know the guy that invented the hokey pokey died last week?
Oh, who's that?
They put his coffin in, they took his coffin out, they put his coffin in, and they shook it all about.
Oh.
What was worse, in, out, and then they shook it all about, didn't they?
It just goes to show it's not the coffee coffin, it's the coffin they carry you off in you want to worry about.
Exactly.
Shout out to Blue Ridge Ranger, who says he meant imaginary farce. I'm sure he did. Thank you both of you for your super chats. Really appreciate your support. I'm sure we've got through those ads. No, not quite.
Is there a reason that we are using a dumb-looking monkey in all of this animation?
Somebody speculated the other day that it's, I think it was Arwin, speculated that it's just because it's appealing to that childlike wonder that you have when you are suppressed in your imagination with the heliocentric indoctrination in the first instance. Ergo, they're just cartoons for adults.
I wouldn't have recommended it if it was a squirrel after the squirrel show. Chocolate's got it.
Can we move on?
It turns out there is such a switch. What is it exactly?
It's a little mechanism that clips the ribbons on helium balloons and destroys your supposition of everything going down.
Well, go to the top of a tall building and step off of it.
Oh, isn't this like the other videos where they had examples of you jumping off buildings? This is the second one in a row, is it not? Or is this the same guy doing the same thing as he did earlier in the video yesterday?
No.
Is he promoting suicide?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Basically.
From memory, one of the other videos did the same thing, and I can recall lots of examples of heliocentric indoctrination, including notions where you have to jump off buildings or do things that are death-inducing in the example.
Well, to prove gravity wrong in their minds, you would have to kill yourself.
You gotta kill yourself if you're going to try and prove gravity wrong.
The instant you step off the building, the gravitational field in your immediate vicinity instantaneously vanishes.
What? What gravitational field? There isn't a gravitational field. What you've described until now was the description of pseudo-Ramonian force-based time bending in a geodesic. What the hell are you babbling about?
Or as Einstein wrote, ceases to exist. You can prove this to yourself by performing the free body test for inertial motion as you fall.
See? He's literally encouraging the audience to jump off buildings. Oh my god, based on his lack of understanding of science.
Just like
also,
the unaccelerated...
Go on.
Also, he's in violation of the first law of thermodynamics when he claims that a field ceases to exist.
Yeah, energy cannot be created or destroyed, my friend. Hey, Sleepy Mario.
Accelerated observer in the rocket ship, you will discover that, neglecting air resistance...
So compare yourself after jumping off a building to a man in a rocket ship you aren't.
If you toss objects off yourself while falling...
Yep. in those few seconds before death, toss an apple out of your pocket.
These objects will.
Did you catch? But you got neglect air resistance.
Float away with uniform motion. Carry a spring with you, it won't compress.
Fat Slinky. They have some pretty interesting behavior when you drop them.
Try to weigh yourself on a scale, and you'll get a reading of 0.
What's your point?
According to Newton's laws, you therefore must...
Weren't we just talking about Einstein? Why are we now referring to Newton's laws? Einstein superseded them. They're in a completely different geometry. 107 years out of date. They weren't right.
Conclude that your frame of reference is inertial and that you are not accelerating.
Yeah, you are. You're falling. You're accelerating towards the ground, towards your death. But in this fundy heliocentric sphere Earth religion that you all find yourselves in, where you think that you're on a sky vacuum-based ball with gases not dispersing into it, you can jump off buildings and tell yourself you're not accelerating.
This is why. This is just real quick. Just remember this part with this nonsense he's spewing. Why the ending is so important. Go on, Chuck.
So inertial frame of reference again while jumping off a building. Dan, you might want to contact this guy. Let him know what's up. It seems like you guys have stuff to talk about. Because he's saying there's another frame of reference. But the reference frames were ruined, Dan. Come on, guys.
Yet, if you look down, the Earth is definitely getting closer and closer.
Is he going to conclude that based on the fact that if you jump off a building and gravity as a force disappears and ceases to exist in violation of the first law, and therefore because you're not accelerating, there's really only one conclusion? Ground's coming up. I knew it. I knew it all along. It's only logical.
But if you aren't accelerating, this leaves one and only one logical possibility. It is the Earth that is accelerating towards you.
Dun, dun, dun!
Wow.
Go to...
You are accelerating, you stupid dipshit. Slap, slap, slap! You've just jumped off a building!
To any spot in a gravitational field, and you can always find a way to make the field vanish in your...
You can always find a way to make the ground come up to you. Just jump off one of these really tall buildings. I can't quite believe how unbelievably dark the heliocentric indoctrination really is when you step back from it.
Your immediate vicinity.
How do they make it disappear? How?
By jumping off.
What are they doing?
Jumping
to
off.
Make it disappear.
Jumping off.
No.
But the minute you step off the building
disappearing is when they present this monkey halfway down the Leaning Tower of Pisa there and represent that mathematically. And once they represent that mathematically, then you've got the option of saying you can pretend the Earth's coming up to you. But as I always say, maths is only as good as the reality it presents. And clearly this mathematics is not representing the reality it's purporting to do. So therefore it's useless. If the mathematics says that the ground could be coming up to you, you've not got very accurate maths describing reality. Because it's not able to even differentiate that, which way the ground's going or whether it's you going. And if the maths doesn't show that, how accurate is it?
Yeah, it's nonsense. It's the logical inference is derived from a pseudo-geometry that isn't representative of our reality. This is the kind of horseshit you get from the observer who reads it and regurgitates it. They end up with these conclusions.
When we were talking about level yesterday, where's the only place it's got a contradiction? This is exactly the same thing again. The only time that when you're going down, the ground could be coming up is in their mathematical force space. And the only reason it needs to be able to come up is to balance the maths. So you're not you're being honest about what the maths are saying. But you have to validate that, as they're doing now, with the plausibility that he's not falling.
Right, we've got 100.
Like they understood.
Just one sec. We've got over 100 people watching, right? If we can get to 120 people watching, we'll extend the live show and just go through this entire video. If not, we'll go to the after show in about five or 10 minutes. So, please share the show, smash the share button. If you can get a few more people watching, we'll carry on live. There you go, bribery to get the numbers up. Oh, sorry, Chocolate, did you have something to add?
No, I was just gonna say it just seems like they realized how ridiculous it was, and therefore strongmanned it into a flat Earth model with a disc flying upwards. Because again, Glover's that's the straw man you throw at us sometimes, and it's like, listen to your man right here, your heliocentric man, telling you that it's the Earth. You jump off a building, it's the Earth coming to meet you. That's your shit.
And that again, that's kind of flat Earth society, pseudo flat earthers hijacking Einsteinian and a pizza pie and trying to mash the two together to give some kind of hybrid of flat Earth. And why do they have to mash it together like that to ridicule us? Because once again, to maintain this concept of gravity, that it's a force, and they're doing Einstein equivalents, aren't they? In that on a flat Earth. Why are they even accepting that physics? It's not. That's why they are paid opposition, I think, for them to adopt anything that is intrinsically Einsteinian in its mathematics and then apply it to a flat Earth is perverted, isn't it? Or is it just setting up to ridicule?
Setting up to ridicule, paralleling with their the weakest parts of their own argument, in my opinion.
It is, isn't it? It's the edge. So
they've got an edge. So why ask us about our edge? Well, because they've got a burden of proof of reversal to satisfy, and it's much easier to get us defending an edge that we don't have than justifying their edge that they need to claim. Same goes for the dome. Where's your dome? We had it in the pre-show, right? The guy's brother was like, well, where's your dome? Prove your dome. We've got gas pressure. It's got to be pressing on something. I don't know what it's pressing on, but I know it's pressing. That's what gas pressure is. Prove your dome. Why are you asking me to prove the dome? Why do I even need to make a claim about this? Have I got a claim? Do I need to make a positive claim? I know I'm breathing gas pressure, but do I need to make a claim about it to prove the Earth is flat? No, I don't. So why am I being asked about it? Well, I'll tell you why. Because they've got a sodding second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum to justify, and men flying in it like Superman. So that's why I'm being asked about my dome that I don't claim and don't need to justify, and it has no bearing on my claim of Earth being flat. At all.
Well, also the flat Earth model they use to derive the globe has a celestial dome in it. So, like, I don't think any of us would claim that the sky we observe is a dome.
No, but if they reify their model, they have a necessity for a dome observation of the stars to make their map work, so that they can apply Haversine to that flat model with a dome over it, to make their globe model. So there's a whole logical process and inference of reification they must go along, because they think the end result of that is where they're standing. So by inference, well, you reify the celestial sphere model then. Something we wouldn't even be guilty of. We describe it when we're now challenged to provide a flat Earth model. Well, your globe model's a flat Earth model. What do you mean? It's a globe? No, it isn't. It's derived from the celestial sphere model, by way of elevation angle measurements to Polaris and a Haversine application to get you to your sphere. So your sphere's a globe in model form only, and that model came from a flat Earth. 103 people watching, couple of minutes left. Share the show.
Jump a few feet up in the air off the ground, and this action immediately causes a vanishing of the force field around you.
So ignore the force that you put in to go up in the first place, creating the disequilibrium, and then only pay attention to the point from disequilibrium to equilibrium when you return from whence you came. So in other words, ignore jumping up and call that you eradicating a force that you were experiencing when equilibrium was actually in effect. Ergo, 1g is a force that's in play on Earth as a sphere. 0g is when you're falling, isn't it? That sounds like a very strange scale. So 1 isn't when we're falling, a number attributable to a movement. No, that's 0. No, you got 1 attributable when you're standing still.
And just like with the disappearance of...
Go on. Did someone want to ask me? No?
The force fields in the car or the rocket.
Sorry, what force fields? And what rocket?
This vanishing indicates you are no longer undergoing accelerated motion.
Right, when you literally do as I just described and pause the video with the animation of the monkey in midair, and from that point describe the vanishing of a gravitational force that was pulling you down at the point of disequilibrium. Ignoring the fact that to get to this freeze frame, the monkey jumped. Oh, no, we'll ignore that completely. He had 1G on the ground, and then now he's at 0G. So obviously there's a 1G force going to pull him back down again, ignoring the fact he jumped up.
And when your feet hit the ground again, the field's instantaneous, faster than the speed of light reappearance indicates your accelerated motion has resumed.
Right. Where did you describe the jumping bit? That just completely ignored.
He's literally doing doublespeak. He's telling you how while you were jumping, in that motion of jumping, you were not accelerating in any way, shape, or form. But you start accelerating again once you hit the ground. What? This is bass backwards.
He's when he jumps, is he not accelerating up?
Yeah.
Does that then mean that the force field, as he's describing it, has reversed its polarity?
Yes.
Everything should be going up, shouldn't it? Was it just local?
Legs do that. They temporarily reverse the polarity of the gravitational force that you assume not to be there when you knew it disappeared. Obviously.
The point of all of this, but again, is you hit on straight away, Nathan. To describe this, we have to ignore the input that creates the disequilibrium in the first place.
Exactly. We will cover this more in the after show with exactly 100 people watching, so I really appreciate you all sharing the show and nonetheless. So thank you very much to all of you like, commented, shared, subscribed, hit the super chat and all that good stuff. And of course, a massive thank you to today's Discord and G+ panels for making today's live show possible. If you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
Don't know if I could add just 2 minutes to Square Sheen based on yesterday and QE show last night, just with regards to the word level in the Merriam-Webster. And we were questioning Merriam-Webster, whether it was, and did a bit of reading last night, just trying to see if they're just being clever or dishonest. I think it's a bit of both. So if we go down, so we've got this level. Now, first point is please note the description relates to the use of the word as an adjective, where it says having no part higher than another, conforming to the liquid, to the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth's surface. And I raised last night this use of a non-capital letter here after the colon. And while we put colons in, I just want to go to the implications of not using a capital letter after the colon. Capitalization of the first word after the colon only if it's a proper noun. And as I said earlier, it's not. It's an adjective. So it's not that. So that's not. But this is the point I want to look at. Or the start of a complete sentence. So by not having a capital letter, it seems to me that bit is an admission that that is not a full sentence.
So cherry picking is what you're saying?
Yeah. Proper cherry picking, so that the point within the definition is a quote from, that's a cherry pick sentence from, not from a complete sentence. Yeah, that's why it has to be a little C.
Sure. That's the basis of QE's point in yesterday's QE show, though, right?
Yeah, but we weren't sure why they were corrupt and what the exacts were, so it was bugging me. So I just wanted to see what the implications of it were.
Gotcha. There's no way you can take that sentence fragment and not claim cherry picking, because it is.
That's my understanding now. It has to be that this is part of a sentence. It's not the full sentence. That's the admission. Yeah.
Even still, I would, even if it was not a sentence fragment, I would still call cherry picking, because if the literal sentence before or after completely contradicts the context that you're presenting it in, then it's still cherry picking. I mean, you can stretch that as far as you like.
The full sentence didn't support it, and it made that differential that we're all aware of, then they wouldn't be able to put it in as part of it. So they've got to cherry pick the sentence to then cherry pick the quote.
Yeah. I mean, this is a much more, what you're saying is this is a very, based on your being able to peg down why, this is a much more egregious example than, oh, well, further down in paragraph 5, it contradicts it. No, the sentence fragment is contradicted by the entire sentence when you present it in the context they have. Ergo, it's the most egregious example of cherry picking. Comparable to rumpus ignoring gravity's not a force and then going on to describe it as a force in the next sentence fragment with it actually on screen. It's the same standard of egregious cherry picking.
Seems it to me, yeah. Seems a bit worse.
Right, yeah, that's what I was about to say, because you would describe curvature as drop, which would not be having no part higher or lower than the other.
We write the R's for our contract variations.
Sorry, Sasha? Professor Sasha? What was that? Professor Sasha.
Sorry, I caught miking.
You certainly are.
Sasha,
yes, Adam,
up,
very
man?
good. Yeah, and I like the fact that is fastidious the right word?
Geeky, yeah. Fastidious, yeah, I suppose. Thank you, that's back there.
Fastidious.
Yeah.
This is another one of those times, I said it the other day, well, I'll go back after the fact and I'll do it now. Hey Siri, what does fastidious mean? I've used it. Am I out of context? Let's find out. Hey Siri, what does fastidious mean?
I think it's pronounced fastidious, isn't it?
Very attentive to and concerned about accuracy and detail. Yeah, that is absolutely contextually correct, Nathan. You were right, Nathan,
well
from
done,
30
mate.
seconds ago.
I've got a question on gravity, because the video was all about gravity before, right? It kind of leads on from Brian's point where when Brian says, if gravity was a force, then things in a vacuum should get heavier. 9.8 meters per second squared is the rate that stuff free falls in a vacuum. If you ask the average ball earther, why does the weight or the acceleration of the object in a vacuum slow down when there is a medium there and it's not a vacuum? They'll usually come back with the answer, well, it's the resistance of the air that's pushing against it as the explanation. But if you apply the definition for the independent variable in a scientific experiment to that effect of putting a medium in place, then if you vary and manipulate the medium is the cause of the effect. So the effect would be it slows down because it's interacting with, and then the cause of it is changing and varying the medium. That means that it's not a gravitational thing. It's the thing that you've manipulated and varied in the first place. So if you've added matter into that medium, gas or whatever you want to add to it, that is the cause of the slowing down of the acceleration. So when they say it's the resistance of the air resistance,
it's a concession. It's a concession.
Yeah, they're conceding that it's not gravity or buoyancy. It's literally the air that's acting on the matter, and it shouldn't be, because the reality is, well, it is in our perspective, But for their reality, they think that there is a gravitational force pulling on the medium, causing a slight upward buoyant force. But it makes absolutely no sense when it comes to a vacuum chamber and putting air in there, because they admit that it's the air resistance doing it. Great, so it's not buoyant force then, is it? Thank you.
Hopefully you're caught up on that. That's brilliant, Anthony. So what Anthony's saying is, if you can tie them down to what they describe 9.8 meters per second as, with the description of its occurrence in a vacuum, you can then ask them about the resistance that would be induced by any gases that were in place of the vacuum that you first made the example with in their maths. Upon doing so, you invite them to describe the resistance value of the medium. Sound familiar? Oh, right, yeah, what? The relative density of the medium? They're conceding. That's beautiful, Anthony. That's why you're the expert on gravity, though, eh?
Yeah, they're conceding that it's the resistance of the medium, right? Doesn't matter what you want to describe that resistance as. It's the medium that's interacting with the actual drop rate of the stone, isn't it, or the object? But they never say, oh, well, it's gravity pulling on the media or pulling on the air that you put in there, creating a slight upwards thrust. They always say that it's air resistance. Well, thank you.
Didn't you slightly go down this path with the Felix Baumgartner shit?
Yes, he did. Yeah.
I do remember that, yeah.
The problem with that is that it went very, very silent very quickly, because Fight the Flat Earth recognised that Felix did slow down whilst he fell into the Earth's atmosphere, and he did say it was the air resistance, but I wasn't quick enough to jump on it. The air resistance is, thank you very much, then it's not gravity and buoyancy then, is it? Welcome to Flat Earth.
The air resistance is sorry, John. Hello, everyone. The air resistance is obviously a change in the density of the medium. So consequently, the object or person is slowing down because they're reaching a greater density resistance.
Exactly. That's what we say. In other words, you've invited them to describe it as has been scientifically validated.
But if they were to comply with their model, they would have to say that gravity is pulling on the medium, creating a slight upwards force, and they couldn't say air resistance because they'd have to say buoyant force, but they never do. So it's a good way to corner them, to make them say buoyant force. And they say, oh, right, so air resistance is not a thing then. And they know that air resistance is a thing. It's really relative density, but they don't want to say that. But if they accept that it's air resistance, then it's not gravity and buoyancy, is it? Again, it's welcome to Flat Earth, cornered both ways.
Exactly. As soon as they say air resistance, that it's just a different way of saying relative density.
Correct.
I have something to say after Eli. I think Eli was trying to say something.
Yeah, you're welcome. I was just thinking about that. Like we were just talking about in the morning, the early show, whatever it's called, about air going down. Pre-show, thank you. About air going down. So it's like, so why isn't everything being pulled faster with the air that's slipstreaming to the ground because of the force of gravity?
Well, at the point...
That's what I was going to say.
Go ahead, Brian.
Sorry, just quickly, John, because I did want to say something. That's what I was going to say. How could you have a situation where you're slowing down when the very air that's slowing you down is supposed to be getting pulled down towards the ground at the same rate?
Uh-oh.
Well, at the point that you accept that there's not a phenomenon to observe and that there's not a radius value on a flat plane, why would you have to argue about gravity?
Indeed. Anywhere you do observe a gravitational field, then?
We don't, ever. We're not observing gravitational fields.
Is simply a sign that your frame of reference is accelerating.
Right, because you say the ground's going up as you drop springs and slinkies and apples out of your pockets, having jumped off a building, eradicating the force of gravity that doesn't exist. Utter nonsense.
This means that nowhere do gravitational fields actually exist, and that
So it's all just nonsense then?
Oh, I mean, really?
I mean, if we've come to that conclusion that we're not moving because gravitational fields don't exist, then how can we possibly infer that the ground's moving up when we're jumping out of something? We wouldn't then infer that we had a zero accelerative force when we were obviously falling. It's absurd.
Gravity.
And then how can I?
Go on.
And then how can I turn it off once I step off the building?
Exactly.
As soon as I hit the ground, it comes back, but it doesn't exist. That's awesome.
In its Newtonian conception, is entirely.
It's within what their explanation using Einstein. When you're not moving, which is when you're standing on the ground, you are moving, and when you are moving, which is when you're falling from the tree, you're not moving.
Yeah, we did. You got here a bit late. He did cover this, and we did respond to it, as in describing their ascribing a 0 to falling, 0g, and a 1 when you're on the ground, 1g, and then he's got his monkey jumping up off the ground, freeze framing it and going, right, from this point, we're going to describe the force that's going to come into effect that's going to pull him to the ground. It's like, so you're starting in disequilibrium, ignoring the fact he's just jumped off the ground to explain the force you're going to introduce? It's like, no. You're just moving the scale up 1 and saying that when you're not moving, you're actually got a force of movement attached to you, and when you are moving, you haven't.
Entirely a fiction.
Go on. Sorry, very quickly. 0g is not part of Einsteinian mathematics. There is no 0g. Can't exist. 0g and 1g is all based on a force. There is no 0g in Einsteinian. So if he brought that in, he might have been just trying to reference between the two. But if not, then he was incorrect.
In both, like all of them, he's convoluting the lines between Einsteinian and Newtonian. So literally in the last sentence, although you were speaking when he said it, he literally said in Newtonian. So this next context of whatever he says is going to be in Newtonian, because he's just said it.
At the surface of the Earth, then, nothing truly ever falls. Rather...
Yeah, it does. I see things falling all the time as well. So we've gone from everything is always falling, and we need to explain it, to now nothing's ever falling. One extreme of absurdity to the other.
The ground, the trees, the buildings, and the sky itself are continually accelerating upwards.
The thing is, the building that you jumped off wasn't accelerating upwards. You moved yourself from its presence after walking up it. Go on.
How does that work on a ball if everything on the ground and the sky is accelerating upwards? How does that work on a ball? Because think about it. It's a serious question. If Melbourne, Australia is accelerating upwards, and so is London in England, and so is New York in America, how does that work on a ball? Somebody answer me that with a serious answer.
I can answer I can answer from an Einsteinian perspective, because Einstein's perspective would only ever be describing one of those positions at a time. So therefore, I would say in both instances, they're both going up. And then I'd just describe it individually from an Australian's point of view, as this man has described with the ground going up. And then separately, devoid from the first example, describe me going up antipodal from the position I described in Australia, but without that caveat attached. It's individually described for me as going up also. So both relativistically are happening at the same time, Anthony.
So what you're actually saying is that even with Einsteinian's explanation, it's insufficient because it can't deal with all of them at once. It can only deal with one of them at once, and then you have to treat the other one as independent, but they're actually unified. They've got to be doing the same thing if it's a ball, and they've got to be expanding outwards. So that debunks Einstein's anyway, because you can't have them in as a singularity and exclusivity, because they're a unified thing. It's a unified problem. But
you know how you need.
Go on.
You know what you need for Einstein? You need the math already. You need the. So there's no creation of it. It's there.
Yeah, it's the cause.
At 9.8 meters per second squared towards anything that might happen to be in their way. You may be inclined to scoff at all this.
Inclined? We are scoffing at it because it's absurd. Who's off mute? Eli.
Sorry, that's me. No, sorry.
How can the Earth accelerate in every direction at once? If the ground falls up towards an apple...
There you go, Anthony. So he's covering your specific question.
In North America.
Go on, Brian.
If the ground falls up,
I was just saying I was listening. Play it.
Then this means everything at the opposite end of the Earth must be falling into the sky. Well, there is one important fact left to mention.
I see, there's always something.
And it's that only uniform gravitational field.
Only you feel the gravitational field, Anthony. Someone rumpused it, but that's what he said.
That was me, because the explanation for this was how people who are antipodal to each other can be experiencing the same thing that is being described within general relativity. This is what is described in these equivalence principles. That the reason that, let's just say, me and someone in Australia can both be going up simultaneously on a globe is because there is an anti-up being created by space and time surrounding the globe. So space and time is like an anti-expansion mechanism. That's how it's explained.
That's how you see that? I thought it was just a mind trick. I mean,
not me.
I don't think it's literally claimed to be moving.
Not me. Not me. That's how it's described. Not how
I disagree with that.
I don't care what you disagree with. I
do care, because I've never heard the literal reification of a movement upwards.
I'm not having an argument with you. I just reporting on what they say.
Yeah, and I'm reporting on that you're wrong about that.
I'm not. I have there's a whole video about it.
We literally just heard the guy say it.
Oh, really?
It's not necessary, are we?
But that's
relax,
how
man.
you're listening
It's
to
okay.
the words, you see?
Vanish using the switch method.
Yeah, literally. How you listen
and though
to
a
the
gravitational field like what you see at the surface of the Earth is very nearly uniform.
Or do we see it? Or does it not exist? Or does it exist when we come off the accelerator pedal and it vanishes so we know it didn't exist when we weren't experiencing it? Which one is it?
There is a slight decrease in the strength of the field as we go higher up.
Is there?
As well as a slight radially inwards rotation.
Again?
That's still within the presupposition, right? I mean, he's taken you in the presupposition. He hasn't pulled you out. He hasn't changed the presupposition. This is all still, what if this situation? Everything he's saying is based on that what if situation, which isn't. Nor is he claiming it is.
But more than that, he stated earlier that then one of his examples, I think it was someone jumping off a building, that then technically the gravitational fields don't exist at all. But now he's saying there's a change in this gravitational field, something that I don't know where this gravitational field is coming from, as you raise higher in the sky.
I'll tell you where it came from.
It came on suddenly on the left side of the theater. So suddenly it came in.
Owen, please don't just send this in fucking farce.
It's not a farce.
Thank you. On the left side of the theatre. No, it came from a pseudo-Riemannian four-space geometry described by Einstein.
I'm talking about the field that he conjured.
Yeah, you are going to fucking ruin the show.
Suddenly brought the field into
Owen's going to ruin the show, it's decided.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's called participating.
Yeah, but you came in mad hot, bro. It's okay.
Yeah.
Cool out.
Well, I wasn't there in hot like an hour, and now I am.
Okay, but you don't gotta drop in like a freaking bomb, man. It's okay. Relax.
I am the bomb.
That's true.
The field direction as we move laterally outwards. So for our observer who steps off the building roof, what actually vanishes for them is the uniform component of this field.
Yeah, it's just repeating himself.
But
now,
where did the
for
field
every
come
point,
from?
Yeah, we covered all this. Well, you're not listening to the show, are we?
No, I just came back.
Okay. I'd rather we didn't just... There's certain things that we just don't want to go over again. He's just repeating himself. He's
of
summarizing.
the observed gravitational field, there's a vector corresponding to the strength and direction of the field there. The component which vanishes then...
Let's just give him the maths for the strength of the duration and direction of the field that he said we couldn't feel and didn't exist. So why has he got maths for it?
Well, if it doesn't exist and people don't pick up on that, then you can just say whatever you want about it.
Is precisely the one corresponding to the vector at the center of the free-falling observer.
But the free-falling observer is to be considered as not moving, according to you. Why has he got a downward arrow? I mean, according to this entire premise of this entire video, the sky's falling up, i.e. the ground is coming up towards him, but now you're describing him with a downward arrow.
Find what remains of the true gravitational force, then. We must subtract this vector everywhere from the field.
So it's almost like when you say he hasn't got any velocity, it's because you've taken his velocity and minused it away from the velocity you've invented in the downward bias that we don't experience and kind of feel. Therefore, net result, 0.
Right. It sounds like he slipped from a pseudo-Ramonian conception and just like, look, now it's Newtonian gravity all of a sudden. He's been doing it the whole video. But you didn't see that, did you?
He's been doing it the whole video.
It's at the top of the frame.
Say again, Anthony.
It's called sleight of hand, obfuscation, deception, and basically any tactically possible to try and explain this away. It's nonsense.
Right. Changing the briefcase, as Nathan likes to call that.
Where the field is weaker, we'll find a small upwards pointing force left over.
Were we? The one that we couldn't feel and didn't experience and was net 0?
Doing it towards the bottom of the frame, where the field is stronger.
There isn't any field, there isn't any strength, it is not a force, it's a pseudo-geometry, bending geodesics.
Leaves a small downwards pointing force left over.
No, it doesn't.
Lastly, towards either side, we'll find small inwards directed forces left over.
Well, they applied to the monkey.
Inward forces?
These are the tidal forces.
Tidal forces? Like forces of tides?
Or real gravity.
There is no real gravity. Gravity is not a force. Professor Brian Cox, George Musa, how many more people do you need to tell you that this is not a force?
Oh, if this is suddenly the real gravity, what has he been talking about? The fake gravity before this?
We can't make a traditional force field out of them.
That's because they're not a force and it isn't a field.
But, unlike the downward directed gravitational force...
What downward directional gravitational force? There isn't one. It's not a force.
These tidal forces can't...
Not a force.
...be transformed away.
Transforming a non-force? That's not going to happen either.
Moreover, they can be detected.
Can they? We can detect them? What, when we release an apple and ignore a helium balloon? Or jump in the air and ignore the fact we've jumped?
If the observer free-falling off the building...
Oh, how did he get to this position? Last time, at least, we showed him jumping. Now he's magically in midair at the start of the example. Notice how I knew that was going to happen before it happened. Notice how previously I detailed how his example started in midair. So we can only pay attention to the downward direction that he's going to call non-existent.
Has precise enough measuring equipment with them. They will notice that objects towards the edge of their frame will slowly start to deviate from rectilinear motion and be...
Really? What if it was a helium balloon? How long would he have to calculate the rectilinear motion? Oh, it's gone! Splat. I wasn't moving, but then I died.
Begin to move together.
What is he... Has anybody got any... This is a new one to me, right? I don't want to sound thick, but what's he talking about? I've no way to respond to this because this is new to me.
He has wandered off through equation after equation and has formed a basis for reality that does not represent reality.
He's saying...
Precisely.
He's saying that the block and ball in the visual example with a monkey that started life in an example where he's falling will have the box and ball falling parallel with him towards the ground in a non-acceleration with a non-ascribable value of direction. They're moving towards him. Oh, is he just back? It's because he's so convoluted between the Einsteinian and his Newtonian that I think he's about to say that the mass of the monkey is pulling the mass of the block and the ball. I think that's where he's going with this. We'll see.
Contrarily, objects towards the top and bottom of the frame will slowly move apart.
What?
What the fuck?
What the fuck is he talking about? I mean, this is complete la-la land. This isn't even in line with heliocentrism at this point, is it?
Well, it sounds like a hybrid attempt between Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity. It's just fooling around or something.
This has got 100,000 views. I can't begin to imagine that this has got such a big plot hole on it. Maybe he's going to go on to something and make this make sense in a second. Let's just give it a few more seconds.
Indeed.
How could you jump off of something and take something out of your pocket as you're falling? Right, you're not falling within his the Einsteinian description. How could you then be not falling at a different rate from the thing that is also not falling that you took out of your pocket? You know what I mean? Two things can't fall at a different rate within that.
Gotcha.
Ideology.
Right. If his assertion is that the ground is coming up to you and therefore you don't have an ascribable accelerative force, you're at zero. Okay. How can you have a differential for something else that's also simultaneously taken out your pocket and at zero in your example? It's just absurd.
And that's why he brought in air resistance earlier.
Right.
You're bigger than the apple that you take out of your pocket, so there's more air resistance, so that slows you down or speeds you. Well, because in reality, the bigger, heavier thing is going to fall through the air faster. So I don't know where the hell he's going with this.
But the air resistance, right, is the thing that prevents the Earth from rushing past your still standing point faster.
So these tidal forces that, from a global standpoint, are ultimately responsible for the attraction between bodies in general relativity. However, at a place like the surface of the Earth, these tidal forces are so incredibly small.
Is he calling tidal forces the bending geodesics in the space-time fabric? Is that what he's calling tidal forces? I think it is.
It seems so. It's very confusing at this point.
Just using weird terms.
Saying it's negligible.
Has anybody else heard this term, tidal forces and gravitational descriptions of Einstein? It's a new one.
Never.
No, it's new. But this is basically sophistry, like you see in sophistry.
What's sophistry, Anthony?
It's the dishonest application of intelligent-sounding words to persuade or deceive your audience into thinking that you know what you're talking about and are speaking the truth.
That they are only responsible for an imperceptible fraction of the attraction of an object towards the ground. The rest...
Come on, Brian.
Sorry, he was speaking earlier about objects attracting each other. But he was still speaking within Einsteinian. And then he went to tidal forces. I think this guy can't he's taken in what Einstein proposed, but then in the back of his head, it doesn't make any logical sense. So he's trying to somehow wrangle in some kind of a force of attraction thing that is also not real. I don't know where this guy's going. I like this guy's brain.
Oh, I do.
I mean,
he's trying to merge it.
No, I watched this guy. I totally understand where he's coming from. Right.
Trying to fit these two puzzle pieces that don't fit together, but he's doing it anyway.
Why is he doing that?
What happens?
Why would he be doing that? Because the puzzle pieces that he's trying to fit together, because they're separate pieces, have got the same name, haven't they?
Yeah, but they're from two different puzzles and they're not compatible.
Does he know that? Does he know that these two puzzle pieces that both are labelled in the instruction manual as gravity and described as used for a certain purpose? And when you read the description of one, you go, okay, right, I've got an idea of how this works, right? Bending geodesics in space-time, got it. So you put the manual down, you go away and you start writing your script. You go, oh, how does that work again? So you go back and then you go fumbling through all your manuals and you go, oh, here it is, gravity. You start flicking through and it's like, right, so the mass of Earth, it's intentional. Unless you get to a higher education level, they never even tell you that gravity's not a force. They train you through your entire education that it is one, right? So he's going to be basing this on the idea and notion that it's a force. Hence, he's described it that way throughout the entirety of the video. You know, that's why we're shouting at him, going, it's not a force, 107-year-old-out-of-date rhetoric. Well, clearly he's not been through the higher education system. Otherwise, he would know that. But he keeps referring to it as a force, and then convoluting the lines between Einsteinian and Newtonian, inventing a few terms along the way.
There is another option, though. He might simply know it and ignore it in favor of believing that there might be a way, after all, to unify it. Just like Interstellar told.
No, this slapdash ham-handed video from some random YouTuber is not an attempt to unify three-dimensional time and space together. No, and definitely not. He's just ignorant. Don't attribute to malice what could easily be described by stupidity. He just doesn't understand there's two gravities. He doesn't know there's two of them.
I'm not talking about malice. I'm talking about a religious impulse. Like, he wants to do that. Right? He wants to make it right. It doesn't mean that he's trying to fool you on purpose. He's just being an anti-flat earther about it.
If you ask this guy, based on what he's put in his video, right, at a base level, at a surface level, he would say, no, I understand there's two of them, Einsteinian and Newtonian. I totally get that. But then as soon as you pushed him beyond his surface level understanding, he would, like every other baller that comes here, start convoluting the lines between the two. Because that's what he's doing in his video. He's not trying to unify the two, Arwin. You can't. They're in different geometries. Come on.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that they can't try in vain.
He's not trying to. He doesn't know there's a necessity to.
It's worse than that.
It's just like a fanatical priest in old Christianity trying to live a sinless life, even though it's said in the scriptures that's impossible. It's comparable. It's a religious...
He's not trying to be groundbreaking. He's trying to describe to an audience something he's claiming to understand. So he's not trying to unify something. He's trying to describe it. He's trying to say to his audience, this is how this works. This is how I understand it. He's not trying to unify Newtonian and Einsteinian concepts of gravity. He's not doing that. Why are you giving him this credit he doesn't deserve?
Yeah, but I think he is trying that. I never said he's successful at it.
Not what he's doing. What he's doing is he's trying to make gravity real in a geometry that is specifically describes it as a pseudo force, not real. It's specifically described within Einsteinian mathematics as being not real. You perceive something as being real that isn't, like the Coriolis effect. You perceive it, but it's not actual. It's apparent.
Right. But ironically,
so you can't make it into something real if it's not.
But the lines between Coriolis have also been blurred successfully, like in your face through Wikipedia, etc. So if they can do that with Coriolis, then why not with the gravities?
Yeah,
I mean, this
you're right.
is just their progress,
you're right.
anti-flat Earth progress.
Yes, you're correct. And the way they're doing it is with the same exact tools of Coriolis effect descriptions, which is reference frames. So in terms of the failures of Einstein, well, it's only capable of describing this mass from one frame of reference. So it doesn't matter that they're all working differently. The guy said, oh, it's only for you as an individual, right? So they'll try and get their way around it with the same concept bastardization that they use for Coriolis to describe something that isn't Coriolis effect when they describe singular reference frames. So yeah, that is the way they do it, Arwin, and I think that's probably why they do it. They've probably dropped into various parts of mainstream rhetoric these reference frames ideas because they don't have any. If you're talking about Einsteinian describing single masses, what reference frame? You're only in one relative position to describe it from. So why introduce reference frames at all? Well, because it's easy to confuse people, that's why. It's confused this guy, because he's talking complete nonsense.
Of that attraction is entirely due to the ground hurtling up towards the object at 9.8 meters per second squared.
There you go. There's his summary of his overall premise and conclusion of his video. Although we've still got a minute left. Maybe there's a bit more.
That is why, indeed, it is entirely factual to say that the sky is falling up.
It's also complete bollocks.
What a retard.
All this requires a great deal of suspension of ordinary intuition.
I think these people are on drugs, thinks the monkey. That's not what he's put in the speech bubble for his monkey.
Hello?
I think These
listening to
people
the
are
sound of
on-
that music, that is
Sake,
the
Arwin.
audience
Fuck's
he is
sake.
aiming on.
Thank you, Arwin.
Hello.
Thank you. So he's got a speech
Hello.
bubble for the monkey with a thought looking at the screen, and it's the monkey that's been used to represent all of these concepts throughout the video. And literally, his thought bubble says, "I think these people are on drugs."
Excuse me.
No way.
Hang on. Hello?
Serious?
I
Can
am
you
not
hear me?
joking. The audience can see as we're
Hello?
speaking. Just for the audience, can everyone else just stop interrupting and saying hello five times? That's my trick. Thank you. Okay. Yes, that is what the visual representation, where it had a monkey falling through an area with a square block and a round ball being attracted to him in the visual descriptions and demonstrations. It's now got that same monkey looking at a computer monitor with a speech bubble saying, "I think these people are on drugs." Now, he's not talking about us. He's talking about the guy who's made this. The guy who's made this video has done this. I can't believe it.
Nick,
Sorry, 10th. Go ahead.
Please speak. Yes, my goodness. Everyone rumpus that point that you're talking about. Can you go back 10 seconds and just listen about what he says about suspending disbelief? This was the whole idea with that monkey in the bubble, but the words, go back.
However, at a place like the surface of the Earth, these tidal forces are so incredibly small that they are only responsible for an imperceptible fraction of the attraction of an object towards the ground. The rest of that attraction is entirely due to the ground hurtling up towards the object at 9.8 meters per second.
Is it coming here?
Hang on a second. I have something to say about that.
Yeah. Just let it.
Hold on,
Before
Brian.
we go on,
Hold on, Brian.
hang on a minute now.
No, you hold on.
Yeah.
Squared.
All right.
That is why, indeed, it is entirely factual to say that the sky is falling up. All this requires a great deal of suspension of ordinary intuition. But we promise that, once you start to see things this way, the theory of general relativity begins to make a whole lot more sense.
Gotcha. Did he just say that you had to suspend ordinary intuition?
Yep.
You have to be
So did
driven to
Einstein.
believe it.
Einstein said that common sense tells you you're on a flat Earth. It takes uncommon sense to believe you're on a sphere.
Yeah, and while he's
This
saying
is-
that, 10th, that's when the monkey's got the speech bubble saying, "I think these people are on drugs." While he's saying, basically, suspend disbelief with my nonsense, the monkey saying, "This guy's a nutter." Like we said.
It's just a subtle way, like the squirrel guy who was just saying, "I know this sounds crazy. I know this sounds a little bugged out, right?" It's the same thing, except now he's got a monkey, a cartoon monkey, apparently looking at it and saying, "Yeah, this is crazy." And even in the middle of his spiel, he said, "I know most people might want to scoff at this. Well, why would people want to scoff at this? Oh, because you have to let go of your natural intuition to even believe it. This is nonsense. Globers, come on, man. You really think this is what's up? Y'all got to come back to like reality."
Guilty conscience. That's why he said that.
If
Guilty
you go
conscience.
back, a minute, you will hear him talk about these small, negligible forces of attraction, right? That don't have anything to do with general relativity, and he hasn't defined or shown these in reality. But he said, but the greater effect or whatever is taken care of by the sky and earth moving up the way or whatever, right?
Yes.
What does that remind you of? Who else is coming out with that exact same horse manure?
Flat Earth Society.
Yeah, Bob Nodell and all them with their
And
negligible
Flat Earth
forces.
Society. Yes, Bob Nodell. But frankly, who cares by comparison to Flat Earth Society?
Yeah, but Bob Nodell and them are specifically talking about these small, negligible forces.
Let's just apply a little bit of Bev's logic. If A equals B and B equals C, then A and C are identical. If Bob Nodell and his friends are pushing the same rhetoric as Flat Earth Society, and this video is pushing the same rhetoric as Flat Earth Society, then Bob Nodell and his friends are Flat Earth Society by application of Bev's rule.
No, that's faulty logic. If I am a man if refracted curvature is a man, A equals B, and a man is Anthony, B equals C, then Anthony and me are the same thing. So no, that's faulty logic.
I think the way you applied that then is different to how I applied it.
No,
I don't think that was equivalent.
It might be negligible.
You said if A equals B and B equals C, then C equals A. That was your logic, and it's faulty.
Yeah. So if Bob Nodell and his friends push flat Earth society,
Rather than applying faulty logic to it, you can just pass an opinion. You can say, as far as I'm concerned, I'm speaking on behalf of Anthony. Well, I may agree with this. We'll see. I haven't said it yet. I'll decide if I agree with it after I've said it. The way Anthony sees it is that Bob Nodell is no different to the Flat Earth Society, or shills of the globe that talk about the Earth coming up to you as you jump off buildings at 9.8 meters per second squared up, based on Einsteinian pseudo-Riemannian force-based time bending, and in this case a convolution with Newtonian forces of gravity. Well, Anthony's saying they're no worse or better than each other. They're just as bad as each other. That's your opinion. Right, Anthony?
Yep.
My opinion is that Bob Nodell is Flat Earth Society. He is part of that. That's my opinion.
That is my position too, Brian.
Phrased slightly differently, which is to say, you could infer that as far as Brian's concerned, Bob Nodell and Globebusters are Flat Earth Society 2.0, which is to say, by equivalent, the exact same. They're not Flat Earth Society. That's the fact of the matter. But if you're saying, Flat Earth Society did back in the 70s, this is what they're doing now, yeah, I'd agree with that entirely. Therefore, Flat Earth Society 2.0.
I would say that it's dependent upon what your definition of the word is.
And how did you confirm that they're not Flat Earth Society?
We had this with the Rumpus. He took issue with the word "and" because he thought "and" "or" were like interchangeable. We're not going to do that again with the word "is."
And superseded. Remember that?
Yeah.
Now, Anthony, you're a lawyer, and you have to recognize the importance of defining terms. So the term "is" must be defined.
Yeah, statements of fact. Go on. Where's the wiggle room with the word, with the meaning of the word "is"?
Yeah, this is Clinton, right?
Yeah. Give me the
I'm asking
definition
Anthony.
of the word.
I'm asking Anthony if he knows the context of why you're asking this.
To be.
Yeah, it's to the point. Yeah.
I don't know. Go on.
There's several legal definitions for "is" if you look it up.
But Anthony doesn't know what the context of why this would be asked, or the person who originally posed that question almost verbatim as you phrased it.
Right,
just
because
contextualize it for Anthony, basically.
When I used I pointed at your statement as faulty logic. You said Bob Nodell is Flat Earth Society, right? Or was it Flat Earth Society 2.0? One of the two. And I pointed out that the A equals B, B equals C, therefore A is C. I switched is and equals. They're not truly interchangeable. But if you're talking in about a mathematical form, is equal to. So it's a mathematical trick.
Okay. But is mathematics reality, or is the meaning of the word "is" a non-mathematical position, which means that therefore your criticism would be a false equivalence?
It's not the definition, it's the context of the word that you're actually referring to.
Right.
Right? The meaning of it doesn't change. It's just used in another field slightly differently. Still the same word.
We get the last 60 seconds of this video.
Moreover, such an understanding opens the door to what's called the river model of general relativity, wherein we can picture mass and energy to be continually sucking space inwards like a vacuum or a drain. But that's all
Vacuums
for future
don't suck, dickhead. Vacuums don't suck.
videos.
Energy sucks? What the fuck?
It's a lot of that.
For now, just trust us that all your lingering questions will be answered.
Just trust us? What? We didn't have any questions. We just
I'll decline. Thank you very much.
Pulled apart your nonsense. We didn't have any questions to ask. We had statements to give after your nonsense declarations.
I want to know who the us is when he says trust us. Does he mean trust science? Does he mean trust blue marble science? In other words, pseudoscience? Or does he mean something else altogether? I want to know the meaning of the word us in that context.
Well, I want to say trust me, or you can trust me, or trust us. Yeah, immediately your spidey senses. Even QE said this. That goes, can I hang on a minute? Why do you need to say that to me?
So he's got the monkey with a whole load of speech bubbles around it now, and he's got a load of questions to ask. So the monkey saying, how does the relativity of space and time play into all this? Question mark, exclamation mark. And in another bubble, what is accelerating the ground? Question mark. And then a further question, if we're always accelerating, why haven't we reached the speed of light yet? Question mark. So is he going to answer all these questions? Oh, he's got two more. Are tidal forces the same thing as space-time curvature? Yeah, I covered that, didn't I? Yeah. Are these questions that have raised from your bullshit phraseology of stuff? It seems so. So what, you're going to answer them in the comment section, maybe? What do they... I can't read this writing. I have to get it to read the screen. Just give me 10 seconds. What do they mean space gets sucked into something? This is all the objections that we were just asking.
Well, isn't it Chicken Little that said the sky is falling?
That's Chicken Monkey.
This has been Dialect.
The sky is falling up.
Thanks for watching.
It was an absolute pleasure, in all fairness. We don't hold it against you, Dialect. You're just a retard.
I don't know. I don't think that's fair.
Why? You kept talking about science. We're going to talk about the
fair on
subject.
He doesn't he doesn't know what science is.
That's my point.
Tell you. Right. So he doesn't know what he doesn't know. I don't think he's a retard.
You don't know that he doesn't know what science is. It's entirely possible that he absolutely does know what science is, and he's intentionally deceiving people with sophistry bullshit to confuse the fuck out of everyone. That is an equal alternative.
The other alternative, he doesn't know what science is, and yet he decides to want to teach science.
Exactly.
It is outrageous. It is not an equal alternative. It is not an equal alternative because he thinks he knows what science is.
Oh, that's an appeal to motive fallacy. You don't know his motives.
You're right. Both right, actually. We don't know. And it doesn't matter what I describe him as. Stupid, ignorant, malicious. Who cares? He's just wrong on many different fronts, and we've pulled that apart. Thank God we got to the end of it in this show.
Yeah, I agree. He's wrong. I think we all agree on that. Well, I mean, it's not an agree, disagree. He is wrong. But, when you start attaching motive or intelligence to it, I don't think that's fair.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system.
Oh, thanks for that, Bill. Bill Nye, ladies and gentlemen.
Did any of you watch the video I put out last night?
We cannot leave the Earth.
No, I didn't, Brian. Sorry.
Well, I'll give you a quick rundown on it, Nathan. I put in somebody supposedly has reported me for misinformation. Because I pointed out that in the heliocentric model, when it comes to the Eratosthenes demonstration, they have to claim that Eratosthenes pre-assumed that the Earth was a globe, but he also had to pre-assume that the sun was really, really big for them to get parallel light rays, right? So the light rays from the sun didn't even start diverging yet. The sun is so big that behind that light got to the globe Earth, it hadn't even started to diverge, right? And they need this to make the shadows we see in reality work, right? Because if the sun is not really, really, really big and not really, really far away, that means the Earth cannot be a globe and the Earth has to be a horizontal plane, right? These are the facts, right? That's why every time you go have anything to do with Eratosthenes, or you read anything about Eratosthenes and his demonstration, they have to start claiming parallel light rays, because without that, it means Eratosthenes measured a horizontal plane, which he did, right? So, but I just pointed out something. I'm holding back on this, and it's funny it happened last night, because tonight is a full moon. I meant to make this ages ago, like a load of other videos, and I kept on not getting around to it. That the shadows the moon creates are exactly the same as the shadows the sun creates when it's a full moon. The shadows are basically undecipherable, right? In difference. And within the heliocentric model, the moon is only about 1/4 the size of the globe Earth. And it is not claimed to have parallel light rays reaching the globe Earth, simply because it's too small. So, because the light coming off of the sun in the heliocentric model and off the moon is divergent within their model, but because the sun is so big, by the time that light reaches the globe Earth, it still has not diverged yet. So it comes in parallel from the sun. And that's why they have to say it comes in parallel from Polaris, because they say Polaris is this huge monster off out in space, but we see this small little thing. Right? Now, besides the fact that angular size can't exist on a model, and straight away that the fact that anything has an angular size is the end of the globe. But that's too simplistic at present for people. People can't take that in, the simplicity of it. But moon shadows, you can do the Eratosthenes demonstration using a full moon shadow and get the exact same results. So consequently, right, there is no heliocentric model.
Well, one of the things that they say, though, about the parallel sun rays, because to get those, you have to measure the angle of incidence between the shadow and the object creating the shadow. So if you're measuring an angle of incidence, you need a flat Earth to measure
but I
sun
think you're
rays
missing the
as
point.
parallel.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with that, but I think you're kind of missing the point of what I'm saying. If you can get if you can do the Eratosthenes demonstration using the moon and the shadows, the full moon and the shadows it creates, if you can do the same thing with that, then that completely debunks the heliocentric model and the Earth being a globe. Because the reason they claim that the sun is really, really big within their model is because they need to claim that the light is coming in parallel. But the moon is small in their model, so the light is not coming in parallel. So consequently,
but my point was that to claim it's parallel, you require a flat Earth.
Yes, but you're missing it, John.
No, he's not missing it. It's just not acknowledging it.
I think he
Hold
is.
on.
No,
don't say it again, please. We heard it both times. What
there's
you're
no
saying
point
is
telling me again something I already know. You think I don't know that?
Okay.
I mean, come on.
Okay, Brian. I'll affirm what you're saying. You're saying that the justification for it being parallel is that you've got a very distant sun that's very large. Therefore, parallel is perfectly acceptable in their model. However, if you can do the same thing with the moon, then you don't have that justification, because within their model, it isn't close enough. It's too close, sorry. It's not far and can't be justified as large and far away to give you the parallel light, therefore debunking their claim. True. But in terms of strength, the reason he hasn't affirmed it and just reiterated his point is because it's the stronger of the 2 points. All of those assertions required a flat plane, because they're angle measurements, aren't they?
Yeah, I know that. And that's the point. That's the point of my video. Yeah, the reason they had to claim the sun was really big was to be able to claim, because they needed to claim parallel light rays for the angles and shadows we see in reality, and how we can measure them in reality, for that, right, to be claimed to be able to happen on a sphere of a radius 3959 miles, for those shadows, not how they measure them, but the shadows. That's why they don't talk about the elevation angles. They want to talk about the shadows. They always want to talk about the shadows, because they need to match the shadows we see in reality on their globe model. But the problem is we can get those exact same shadows with their right, using the moon and the full moonlight. Consequently, the Earth cannot be a globe. That's the reason they have to start claiming the sun was really big for the Eratosthenes demonstration. It cannot be a globe if you can get the same shadows with a full moon as you can with the sun. It means the Earth cannot be a globe.
Why can the moonlight not be coming in parallel?
Because the moon is only a quarter the size of the globe Earth. You see, within the heliocentric model, it's not claimed that the sunlight is parallel. It's claimed that the sun is really, really big. So by the time that light reaches the globe Earth, that light is still parallel, right? So we receive it on a globe Earth. If we're on a globe Earth, we receive the sun's light parallel because the sun is over 800,000 miles in diameter, right? Within that model, right? But the moon is only 1/4 the size of the globe Earth, and it's way closer to the globe Earth. So the light cannot come in parallel. The light is not claimed to be parallel. It's claimed to be we receive moonlight divergent. That's the claim. The claim is that the sunlight is parallel, and that gives us the shadows we see. That matches the shadows we see in reality. But yet we can get the exact same shadows with the moonlight, and yet that's not claimed to have parallel light. It's claimed to be divergent light. And they have to claim that because the moon is much smaller and closer.
Yeah, like the man said earlier, you would need the angle of incidence to show how is the light from the moon coming in according to their model of where the sun is reflecting off of the sun, and then you would need the circumference of light that the moon casts onto the ground, and then go from there, I believe.
No, see, yeah, but you're missing the you're all. I think you're missing. I can't say why, but some of you are definitely missing the simplicity of it. If we get the same shadows with the moon, we can show the same shadows and do the same thing with the moon and show the same exact shadows being created by a full moon that is being created by the sun. That completely debunks the whole model is over.
When the moon is at your zenith. Is that what you're saying?
Hold on, let me try.
We're talking at any time.
Let me try rephrasing what I said. So after we prove it's a flat plane, we can go on to debunk it's a heliocentric model.
That's not what Brian is saying. Both of you. Hang on, let me say.
Hold on. Yeah, it is.
Hold on.
Okay, can I comment from hearing both sides?
Hold on. It isn't what Brian's saying. It's what John's saying.
Let me rephrase it.
John's saying,
right,
once you've measured your angles to the sun or moon off a flat plane, you can point out that their flat Earth angles to the sun, necessitating parallel light rays coming in for the angles to be measured off a flat plane. If you do it with the moon off a flat plane, then you can show out their justification when they took the angles from a flat plane to talk about how their sphere works. They don't comport because it's no longer far away for the angles measured off a flat plane to work off a flat plane when you assert that they're on a sphere. That's John's point.
I'll comment when I'm allowed.
Stop playing a victim.
No, I'm trying to get a word in, and I'd rather be courteous and let everybody get everything out because I want to be interrupted again. I lose my thoughts. John is right, but John is coming from the perspective of you need a flat plane. Brian is right, but he's coming from within the begging of the question argument of sunlight parallel, leaving this kind of shadow. But then the moon, which they have corrections for in celestial navigation because it's too close, it's divergent, so they have corrections for, you get the same thing. Brian's destroying it within the begging of the question of light coming from the sun in their model being so far away so that it's parallel, which it's not. And then the contrasting that, Brian is using the moon, which is closer, which they must have corrections for because it's divergent. But the end result is the shadows are the same before you do any of these corrections. So Brian's right within the argument, the begging the question, and John is right from the get-go because you need a flat plane anyway.
Right. Yeah, to assert parallel rays, you need a flat plane. To assert parallel rays, you need a flat plane.
Yeah, that's fantastic. But do you not think that wasn't part of my video? Like, do you think that I looked straight past that point? I mean, do you think I don't know that point?
Why are you taking it so personally?
I am taking it because it's annoying me, Nathan. Because I'm pointing out something.
Well, then why argue?
Because I'm pointing out something, Nathan, that completely ruins the heliocentric model. End of story. And people are going, yeah, whatever. What the fuck are we doing here then?
You're right. We should give it more respect. It is good.
Brian.
I want to say something.
Really
now.
I like your point.
I think Brian's point is being missed. Not missed. It's been underappreciated. He's absolutely correct. If the sun and the moon are fundamentally different in terms of distance and size, like on their model, then the shadows must be fundamentally different. Yet we see the same shadows. That is a really valid point. I've never thought of it that way, and it deserves a little bit more credit.
As demonstrated by what?
Yeah, we'll need to see the model.
Yeah, that was my question to him. Yeah, I mean, by demonstrated by what? I mean, that's a great point. I just want to hear more.
Yeah, but has someone shown this? Are they the same? Have you shown this, Brian?
Yeah, I showed shadows. I got similar. I got sunlight shadows on snow. Showed moonlight shadows on snow. I done loads of comparisons. Showed loads of different shadows from sun and from moon, full moon.
Oh, well, then why did you say that?
Hold on.
Obviously, we'd have been a lot more grateful if
on.
we'd have known that or watched your video. It's basically your fault, Brian.
I watched it, Brian. The video was ace, and if you pay attention, he's debunked the globe with no problem. I mean, the Earth.
The first statement debunked the globe.
Okay.
Well,
What globe?
Look, I understand that you're kind of flippant about it. I get it because, like, yeah, whatever. But this means that the sun can't be huge and far away, and the Earth can't be a globe, and the heliocentric model can't exist. You know what I mean? Just off this one thing alone. Because this is, what's their whole basis? What was Eratosthenes about? It was about measuring the radius, wasn't it? Now, we debunked that, right? And we know he didn't. We know what he did. He measured a horizontal, right? We know that. But the point is that their whole model, and they teach kids in school about Eratosthenes, and he used the sun angles, and they don't mention anything about the angles, and they use the sun angles with the shadows, and that means the sun is really big and far away, blah blah blah. Except for the exact same thing can be done on a full moon night, which is going to be tonight. The exact same thing. So
one of the things is the model part, right? Like, do we give them a model now?
They want one of our flat Earth models. They're already using one.
Right, but do we give them a model at that point? Will you like concede to them that they have a model for you to then debunk it?
Well, it doesn't really make any difference to me. There's a claim out there, and I've just shown how that claim has to be incorrect. So they can claim a model or not claim a model. I'm just debunking the claim.
I don't see why you can't do both. Why can't you do both?
I ain't telling you can't.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't see why you can't. Like, a response could be exactly what Brian said, and then what you said. Like, and on top of that, you need a flat plane to prove that if you're declaring that the sunlight is parallel. End of story.
I'm sorry for getting angry, right? I apologize if I've insulted anyone or pissed anyone off. But
you're good, bro.
Yeah, thank you, Chocolate. Thanks to Tent and Neil for backing me up, and Anthony, because what the point I'm making is I don't need to then talk about within this thing, within what I'm speaking about, the moon shadow. You don't need to then start saying that, well, it came from a flat plane. It's not necessary, because that proves that it did all come from a flat plane without even having to talk about it. It's a byproduct of it, simply because the moon can't do what it does on their model, because their model needs the shadows that are created by the sun. They need to make a big backstory about the sun and place it at really, really big sun at a certain distance, right? To give us the distance is only due to the angular size, right? So method doesn't exist on our model. But the point is that that's only the distance. The size that they need to claim is for the parallel light rays. But if the moon, and not if, the moon does give us the full moon gives us the exact same shadows. So everything is gone. The only reason they could start claiming the Earth was a globe based off of Eratosthenes was they said Eratosthenes pre-assumed that it was a globe and that light came in parallel because the sun was really big. But it's far away but it looks small because it's far away. Right, but it's all calculation.
The moon is said to be 400 times bigger. The sun's 400 times bigger, 400 times further. Now, if the moon was its own light, then it could be the same measurement. But the angle of incidence, I feel like, would be important if to debunk that it's a reflection of sunlight.
Can't be the same. Moon can't have parallel light. No.
I think that might be an epic point that Brian's raised, and I think everybody needs to challenge. Like, firstly, we need to see the supporting evidence that the shadows are the same. So if you can do some measurements, Brian, and get that evidence and make the claim, and then say there's the evidence that shows that the shadows are the same, show them side by side. Then they've got to come up with a just so story to explain why it behaves that way. I'm sure it's going to have something to do with refraction, but let's get the evidence and then make the claim. That's a really valid point.
But are we talking about like level 60 optics and the way it reflects off the moon? Is that what we're talking about?
No, we're talking about just the light from the moon creating shadows. You see, the thing about it is you would have to, like, you could match up exactly where the sun is in the sky at the exact exactly where the full moon is. You could try to do that. That would take a bit of working, and you'd have to require the night, and that you're doing this to have no clouds for the moon, and the day to have no clouds for the sun. But the point is that if you look at my video, I give all the comparisons. We're getting the exact same thing happening. It's just light creates shadows, right? Now, like, the sunlight might appear to be brighter or it's daytime, whatever, but the light is still creating the same exact shadows. They can't exist on their model if the moon is creating them. The moon cannot do that on the model. Only the sun can do that.
I would back that up by saying, like, yeah, when, like, especially during the winter when there are fewer leaves in my backyard, when the full moon is, out, I get very defined shadows. And it kind of looks like that when I go out during the day and the sun is making the same shadows with the banister in my backyard.
2 points. 2 points. I put a slide up in Master D to aid the understanding. It's corresponding angles. So if you could imagine the dingleberry underneath that top line, which is a tangent plane, and the line below it as the equatorial plane. This is why they need light to come in straight so that the angles could be corresponding from the center to the surface as long as you draw a tangent plane. Everyone see that in their mind?
Yep.
Okay. That's so I've watched enough celestial navigation videos to know that it cannot work on the globe unless sunlight is coming in parallel. So that's why they have to have it for this whole thing to work, because you can't get it from a curved surface. But on the other point, as Brian was talking, and you bring up Eratosthenes, let's change the sun to the moon over the well in Cyan and Alexandria. Wouldn't the distances be the same? Wouldn't everything just be the same?
It would have to be.
Then end the story.
Yeah, that's why Brian's point's worthy of more kudos, because it does question and validly question when Eratosthenes assumed that the sun was very far away, blah, blah, blah. Well, if you do the same with the moon, then you have to apply that assumption to the moon as well. But equally, you can then it also works the other way, where you say, well, instead of the moon being equally massive and equally far away as the sun must be equally as small and equally as local as the moon. Which way round is it, guys? And how can you tell? Science.
You can't.
Hold on a sec. Now, are you asserting that a light source and its distance, right? Say I have a big stadium light 50 yards from me, and then I have a flashlight at the whatever distance it would take to be the same size as that light, right? And I place two objects in the ground, you can show that the shadows will be different.
You know, for their claim, the light from the big light has to be coming in parallel for them to get the angles.
You didn't hear what I said.
I did listen to what you said. I understand what you said. I thought about that in the past myself. The angle is the problem. They don't have parallel light from the moon. They only have parallel light from the sun. So if I can get the same, and I can, the exact same angle using shadows created by a full moon, then there is no, they can't argue. There is no argument.
Bravo, I agree.
Well, hold on.
Yeah,
well, this isn't, we're not in agree, disagree, right? If we're going to give them that they can measure the angles on the surface of a sphere, if we're going to give them that, we're going to give them that they have a model for these lights to be distances away, then why can't a smaller light that is closer and a distant light that is further create the same shadow?
The mistake you made there was, hang on. The mistake you made there is we're not going to give them that you can measure angles from the surface that's curved, because you can't get angle measurements. So the nautical almanac says all the measurements are to be taken from the equatorial plane disk. So they are never actually taking any measurements from the surface of the Earth. That's
okay. So back to my point then.
No, you're making something.
Your point is a good point, but it's a different point. That's just another point. For example, they've already on record have corrections for moon because it's diverging. So they're on record saying it's closer and the light is diverging. What Brian is saying that if it casts the same shadow, we get the same angle, it goes over the well in cyan the same way that the sun did, well, then diverging and parallel gives you no differential. They're all the same.
Exactly. So there would be no difference between the sun and the moon?
But there would be, John. No, but see, there isn't, you can create the same shadow. Hang on, let me respond to you. You can create the same shadows with a big light or a small light, with a big light further away and a small light closer. That's right. You can do that, I would say, right? But the point is that their claim is that that doesn't happen. You understand what I mean? They are saying, because they don't have a claim of why did the sun need to be so big on their model? Why is it they need to show this really big sun? Because they need to have parallel light rays. Yeah, that's why. Right?
Let me help you there. It has to be far away in order for the light ray to be parallel, hitting a curved sphere, so that they can take the measurement from the center, have a corresponding one on the curved part with a tangent plane. That's why it has to be parallel.
Right. Well, we can ignore my question, and where I asked for a citation that the moon rays were not parallel. We can ignore that citation.
No, hang on a second, John. You're missing something. The claim is that sunlight comes in parallel. The claim is that moonlight comes in divergent. They claim and accept that the moonlight comes in divergent, and the reason they claim and accept this is because within their model, the moon is it's smaller in diameter than their globe, and it's much closer to the globe than the sun. In their model, the sun is much huger in diameter, and it's only given such a big distance, so it's the size they must claim it is matches the angular size we see. Right?
Well, that's fine. You said that. Now I'm just asking for the citation that the moon rays are divergent. That's all I asked for. That's all I need.
Because they accept that they're divergent. They don't claim the moonlight is parallel. They only claim the sunlight and the light from the stars is parallel. They don't claim the moonlight is parallel.
Right, you're saying that. Well, I just need the citation of it, and then we'll be square.
Okay, all right. Let me explain it to you. Do you understand why they have to claim the sun is really big? Why in the Eratosthenes demonstration is there a claim in existence that the light comes in parallel? What is necessary for that light to come in parallel from the sun? What is necessary? Is it necessary for the sun to be small and local, or big and far away? Because even within anything anything you read about concerning Eratosthenes, they always say that, they always add in the caveat that if the sun was small and local, then that would have meant that the Earth is flat. But we know that it's really big and far away. So that means that it's a globe. They don't say that about the moon because the moon is not part of that claim.
So your claim is that the moon is small and local in their claim.
It is.
No.
It's not my claim. That's their claim.
No. Brian's claim is that the shadows formed by the moonlight compared to the sunlight are identical. Therefore, the sun can't be as far away as they say, and the moon can't be as close because they've got to be identical to have the same shadows. He's saying that the shadows...
I just showed that as false with the big stadium light and the flashlight. See
Well,
that,
have
right?
you demonstrated this, John, with the big stadium light and the flashlight? Have you demonstrated any of this? Because I don't know. I just agreed with you. I don't know if it's true or not. But the point is that who cares? You're missing the point. The reason they needed to claim that the sun was really big in the first place was to explain the shadows in the Eratosthenes demonstration. But if I can get the same shadows with the moon that they accept as small and close, then that's the end of that.
But the moon's not small and close in their model either. It's still, what, 23 Earth diameters
It is
away?
in comparison to the sun.
It's in comparison to the sun, right? So you got a comparative situation there, not an actual.
Yeah,
No,
a comparative situation where
How
it's a
many Earth
comparative
diameters is
situation.
the moon away?
It's a comparative situation where the shadows from both of the light sources should be fundamentally different because of convergent and divergent rays. Brian is correct.
No, because you can take a stadium light and
Have you
cast
done this,
the
John?
same shadow with a
Have you done it? And would that stadium light have parallel light?
You can't, John.
Yeah, you can.
You can't.
Can.
No, John, you're missing the point. You're not working within their claims.
I agree with Brian. He's missing the point.
Yeah, John, can you make a globe out of
the point, then.
Okay, take away the big light and use the small light with the shadows and make a globe out of it.
Why would I do that?
Because that's what they had to do with the sun. They had to make the sun really big to claim that the Eratosthenes was measuring a globe.
I'm a bit late to the party, but can I try and see if I can grasp what's being claimed? Are we saying that because they make the claim that sunlight is parallel and it's approximated to parallel because the sun is so big, but they also make the claim that moonlight is a reflection of this parallel sunlight, but when it hits the moon surface, which is infinitely more curved than the sun's surface, the light we're going to receive can't be parallel because it's bouncing off a spherical surface, which would necessitate greater divergence.
No,
that's a different point.
Hang on. No. Within our model, Adam, the sun has to be really big for them to explain the shadows we see that it creates, right, in reality, right? It has to be really big for them to be able to explain those shadows, right, and claim the Earth is a globe. But we get the exact same shadows off of the moon, which is within their model, smaller than the globe and much closer, right? So if we can get the exact same shadows using sunlight and full moonlight, then their claim of the sun being really, really big to explain away Eratosthenes' shadows on a globe, right, means that the Earth is not a globe, it has to be a horizontal plane. Their whole claim is debunked.
I don't see why the size of the light is the issue if you're only measuring the angle of the shadow.
No, Adam, no, the size of the light is what they had to claim for the sun, for the shadows, for them to explain how those shadows, what we see in reality, would work over a curved surface. They needed the really big light to a really wide diameter of the sun to be able to claim that we have parallel light rays. Because they claim the light from the sun is parallel, but they say that we receive the light from the sun parallel, but we receive the light from the moon divergent. And the reason is because the moon is smaller and much more local to the globe. Whereas whereas the sunlight and the starlight, the sun and the stars are really, really big. They're just far away because of angular size, blah, blah, blah. Something that doesn't exist on our model. But the point is that they have to claim parallel. If you look at Eratosthenes, what is claimed by Eratosthenes, they have to claim the light is parallel to be able to explain the shadows, right? And to claim the light is parallel, they need to claim that the sun is really, really big, right? Because it's said within that if the sun was small and local, then that would mean the Earth is flat. But They say, we know that the sun is really big and far away, so that means the Earth is a globe. But if the moon gives us the exact same thing, full moonlight gives us the exact same shadows, then all their claims about this massive sun being right and all the rest of it, and the Earth being a globe, all gone.
Hence
Moonlight,
why
moon shadows
Neil's
like on screen.
Yeah, but moonlight shadows.
That is.
Yeah, so the point he's making is that if moonlight and sunlight shadows are the same, then you can't say that the sun and the moon are fundamentally different in terms of size and distance, because the angle does vary even if the ratio is the same.
No, the angle of incidence will be the same depending upon distance.
Yeah,
and
but you can't claim a globe with one of them, John.
Oh my God!
You can't claim a
Citation
globe.
that they claim that the moonlight is divergent first.
The distance.
They claim that the sun and the moonlight is divergent. They claim both of them are divergent, but we receive the light from the sun in their model parallel because the sun is so big. Right. But we
And
don't
now
receive the
citation.
light. We don't receive the light from. I can show you the Eratosthenes demonstration. Do you want to
Did
see
he use
that?
the moon? Did he use the moon for that demonstration?
He used the sun, and he claimed
Right.
he
Now
used the
we
sun
need-
and his claim they use parallel light rays.
Now we need to claim.
Hold on, that
the
parallel
moon-
situation is mathematically, right? In the mathematical side of their model, it has to be parallel. Of course, in real world measurements, it's not. But it's a mathematical thing, that parallel.
Just listen to what John is asking. John, I get you. John is asking for a citation from their side that there's an adjustment, a correction, something that they fiddle with to fix the moonlight because it's so close. I've listed these in Celestial Navigation
No,
books.
that is not what I said.
Then I'm
said
wrong.
I want a citation that they claim that we receive moonlight divergent.
That's what I'm saying.
John, they claim that light from the sun and the moon is divergent, but we receive it from the sun parallel because the sun is so big it hasn't diverged yet. But we don't do that with the moon because the moon is smaller and more local.
Well, the moon is supposed to be a ball reflecting the sunlight,
No,
right?
never mind the reflecting. Never mind the reflecting. Please give me a question. Never mind the reflecting. The whole point of them needing parallel sun rays, John, was to explain the shadows in the Eratosthenes demonstration. Without parallel sun rays, those shadows prove that the Earth is fucking flat. Right? There is not parallel light rays from the fucking full moon.
All I'll say is without a citation that they claim that moon rays are divergent and not parallel. Without the citation from their side, all they're going to do is claim a straw man, and they will be right to do so.
To be fair, Brian, John's right. To be fair, Brian, John is right. He's saying show that they claim that the moon show that.
I think this is. I'm just doing a little search, but there's a little bit here that differentiates. Bottom of the page. Strictly speaking, there is no such thing in nature as parallel rays. The nearest approach we have to it are the rays of light we receive from the sun and fixed stars. So all we've got to do now is just find the bit that definitely differentiates the moon. It does make sense that in their model, they can't claim the moon has the same level of parallelness because, like I said, it's rebounding off a smaller, more curvy surface, the already diverging rays that have originated from a huge, massive ball, but they're still diverging. When those semi-diverging rays hit the moon and reflect back, their divergence will increase based on the R value of the moon. Because it's a new surface, it's a new
right, but that's level 60 optics, right?
This is just their claim, as I understand it. I'm not worried about finding it. I think it's pretty. Literally 5 seconds, and I found that bit already. So I don't think it'd be an issue to find the citation you're asking for. You're valid to ask for it, but I think even in their own logic, they have to diverge differently because they've reflected off a much more curvier surface than the originated surface.
Which is what Brian's point is.
Yeah, totally.
That's not what's being claimed, though.
It is. It is.
No, that's an added point now.
No, Brian's point is exactly what he just said.
Light reflects off surfaces. We're not talking about
I said nothing about reflection of surfaces. I said nothing about reflection of surfaces. How many times did I say that? Nothing.
Yep, that's
please,
exactly right.
please
Brian.
show
You
me. Please show me
nothing.
a diagram, right, of what they're claiming concerning Eratosthenes that doesn't have parallel light rays for their globe. Please show me them, right, showing a diagram with diverging light rays, right, supporting the shadows with a globe.
I didn't make a claim about it. That's interesting. You asked.
I'm trying to.
I mean, even Neil deGrasse Tyson, when he's describing Eratosthenes, says that obviously the sun and the sun is as big and as far away as it is, but we can duplicate that on a flat Earth with a smaller and more local sun. So they, like what Brian is saying is true. They definitely need the sun to be as big and as far away as it is in order to have these parallel light rays for what Eratosthenes do to work.
I am glad for the clarification, Adam. I appreciate you attempting to find this citation.
It's worth a look. Like I say, it's worth a look for, because that seems logical within what they're claiming. Because the first point of mitigation is to say they're not exactly parallel, because look, they are coming off a sphere. So, but the sphere is so massive that we can consider them parallel by the time they reach us, which is, you know, if you're accepting that, then they have to then accept the consequent, I think, of the claim that moonlight is primarily reflected sunlight. That's to be proven. And then secondly, they have to then accept that there's going to be greater divergence of those rays because of the nature of the creation of those rays. That just seems logical. But Brian, is that your whole point, or because you seem to object to that?
No, I didn't bring in how the moon is lit within their model or what they claim about the light from the moon being reflected sunlight. My point, Adam, is that someone's.
Thank you.
My point, Adam, was that within how they explained away Eratosthenes was they had to claim that Eratosthenes knew the Earth was a globe, so that meant that the sun had to be really big, right, to give us parallel light rays, and they had to make it a certain distance away to match the size of the sun we see in the sky. But he knew that the Earth was a globe, so that meant the sun had to be really big, so we got parallel light rays to explain the shadows that he was demonstrating. Right now, looking past the fact that they required a flat, he actually only measured a flat plane. That's not the point. The point is that within their model, they can't make that claim concerning the moon, but yet the moon gives us the exact same shadows. The shadows can't even be similar between the two of them. They have to be completely different. We should experience moonlight and sunlight shadows completely different, but we don't. I have yet to see any difference between them. And I've tried comparisons within my video, and I even brought it down to sunlight shadows on snow and moonlight shadows on snow. There was no difference. Tried to get the exact same light through trees, light along the ground, everything. There is no difference.
A little bit too really is there.
Yeah, okay, but the point I'm making, Erwin, is they can't make the claim that the moon has parallel light rays to give the shadows that they needed to explain away by claiming the sun was really big, which gave us parallel light rays. That's where the whole model originates.
And that's the point where I reiterated that the distance isn't the problem, it's the angle of incidence. You can recreate a shadow with different size light sources at different distances.
But you can't claim a globe, John. You need parallel light rays to claim a globe.
Yeah.
You're missing the point.
No, I'm not. No,
you are. You're missing it completely.
What is the point?
You don't understand.
Don't contradict what I just said.
Parallel rays are a mathematical claim.
Okay, Arvin, that's fine.
With your light sources, the big flashlight or the big stage light, none of those are parallel. Now the angle of incidence is important, and I'd like to see that with different lights, to see that demonstrated. But fundamentally the angle of incidence would seem the thing that's going to create the angle of the shadow. So I understand John's point, but the point is, on a ball, it has to be a parallel. So irrespective of the nature of the light source, it has to be parallel rays that are creating this for them, for their heliocentric model to match. So if what Brian's saying is, if they're not parallel, that's the important part, not what the point source of light is. In terms of its intensity, size, etc. It's the fact that it's not producing the same ray, or it is producing the same ray, which is paradoxical because it can't.
Right, but the demonstration is that they are parallel.
No, the demonstration is that there's no difference.
The shadows,
the demonstration,
the shadows don't show any change in the angle of incidence. Right.
No, the demonstration is they have to be parallel if we're on a ball.
Yeah, those shadows can't be created without parallel light.
The angle of incidence requires a flat plane. But this,
you're missing the point, John. You're missing the point completely.
Oh my God.
You're completely missing it. You couldn't be missing. I can't believe that. I can't believe.
I can't even hear what he's saying.
Owen.
Yeah, but
I know because I have to stop him.
Let John readdress the point, because don't tell him we can't. He isn't getting it. So just explain your point, John, so we can maybe address it directly.
Well, you all like the goalpost keeps moving from what actually the claim is, right? It starts off with, we're going to give them parallel sun rays if it's a globe, but we're going to use shadows to measure it, right? Then we move to the moon, where it has the same sun rays, shadows. I don't see how, by giving them its parallel, which you do in the assumption of the question, by turning around and saying, therefore, it's not a sphere, I don't see the connection in logic yet.
Because you're not understanding, John.
Unless you use Adam's point,
your claim.
The optics, unless you use Adam's point that the optics and the angle of incidence will change based on the curved surface, I don't see the point.
Because you're missing the whole point, John. You're missing the point of why they need to claim that the light from the sun is parallel. Because they needed to explain away how the shadows we see in reality would happen on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. They needed to explain away those shadows. Because as even Neil deGrasse Tyson, if I remember correctly, said that with a close and local sun with diverging rays, you will get the same effect over a horizontal plane. But so
that's a good point, Brian, but that doesn't address his question.
I'm trying to address it, Alan. So consequently, it does, but he's not understanding it. Consequently, right? If the sun had to be really, really big, right, to give them the parallel light rays they needed to explain away those shadows in the first place, then how can their moon give us the same exact shadows, right, and be close and local with divergent rays? That's the point.
Yeah, I think
but that's not his question. What was your question?
Yeah, but well, if you don't even know his question, how can you say that's not his question?
This is because you distracted me with this train of thinking.
Well, all I'm going to say is, if you don't take Adam's point into consideration about the claimed radius of the moon changing the optics of light and the angle of incidence, then there is no point in arguing this. And when you make a claim about what the moonlight does, all they got to do is claim straw man and they will be right.
No, they won't be. You have completely missed the point. You couldn't have missed it more. I'm absolutely gobsmacked you missed it so much. I can't believe this.
Just stop there. In terms of what John's alluding to, that, do you see that it's the fact that that's already covered? It's the fact that the light is creating the same shadows from a different source at a different distance. And the only way they can explain the shadows in the first place is to make something so big and so far away that it has to be parallel. That it's actually, that's the point, that if the moon's light creates similar shadows, even from the same incidence angles, the same sky locations, then why did we have to put the sun so far away in the first place? The only reason is to fit in with the heliocentric paradigm that the Earth's curved, the surface is curved.
Right, to fit in with the heliocentric model. Now, where does it debunk the heliocentric model and what you just said?
But then if the moon's doing it, yeah, from that purported distance, then there was no need to move the sun in the first place.
Or you could claim that the moon is closer and smaller than the sun, but it's still relatively to us.
No.
Massive.
Okay, John.
That makes it worse,
John.
though, doesn't it?
No.
As soon as you make the moon smaller, any claim of trying to sustain almost parallel lines just goes. It just it dissipates.
But like I said earlier, you need to know, get a couple of things. You need to get the circumference of light from the moon and the angle of incident, because the moon is claimed to be a reflection of the sun. You need those.
No,
things.
it's not to do with
We're not dealing with optics.
My
I
reflection.
understand that.
It's nothing to
We're
do with
not
that.
dealing with optics. I'm just sticking to Brian's point. Like he said, it had nothing to do with optics. Okay. We're just dealing with the parallel rays. I just asked why, Adam. Do you want to reassert your point?
It's a little circular, isn't it? But if they move the sun, right, so far away, and so big, so as to explain why the shadows we see are the way we see them, because they're making the claim that the Earth is curved.
Well, my point is, hold on.
So that's the point of that's the first point of why the sun has to be so big and has to be so far away to allow the fact that the surface is claimed to be curved for these shadows to make sense with parallel.
Eratosthenes assumed the sun was how far away?
His was shorter.
He said like what was it, 3 million miles away?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, but
how far away do they claim the moon is?
250.
230 something thousand miles. But you're missing something, John. You're missing something.
Am I?
Yes, you are, because the size he had to claim fit the distance. The distance is only based on the angular size we see in the sky. The size, he has to start with the size first to give him parallel light rays. So whatever size he claimed when he said it was 3 million miles away, that size gave him parallel light rays. When they had to move the sun further away, then they had to make the sun bigger. The main point is they always have to have the sun at the right size to give them parallel light rays to explain the shadow.
Right, and I'm just saying they can do that with the moon too if you allow them to do it with the sun.
They can't do it with the moon, John. That's the
Unless
point.
you bring in Adam's
You don't
point
understand
about
their
the
claim.
optics of light. Yes, I do. I'm telling you,
John.
unless you bring
You
in
don't get
Adam's
their
point
claim.
about
Why
the
did they have to move? If they can deal with the small local moon, then why did they have to make the sun really big and far away?
You got a great straw man, Brian. Just burn it.
It's not a straw man. You don't understand. You obviously don't understand Eratosthenes. You don't understand their claim concerning. You
I
don't
understand, Brian. You're right.
It's not a straw man. It's not a straw man.
It's not a straw man that you're destroying a claim they don't make, right?
No, but they do make it. But the issue is that Brian's not produced the evidence that shows that they make that claim. That's the problem.
They do make. They do. They are making.
I agree, but John doesn't accept the evidence because he thinks it's a straw man.
Aren't about agree, disagree. Citation.
Right, John, just stop talking a minute. Brian.
No. At this point, you present the citation. That's it. Or it's
Please
done.
stop talking, John. Please. Brian, John is trying to say that you're making a straw man argument because he's not seen evidence that they make the claim that you're saying that they do. Just go and get the evidence. Go and find the evidence that they make the claim.
Yeah, I will. All light is diverging, right? That's what they claim. But the light from the sun that we receive we're receiving a parallel because the sun is so big. We will still receive the sun as light as parallel. That's their claim. That parallel light rays from the sun explains the shadows we see in reality, right? But we get the exact same shadows from the moonlight,
which is also diverging, because all light is diverging. They don't deny that, but the light from their moon is not coming in parallel; it's coming divergent. So why would they need to claim that the sun had parallel light rays to explain away the shadows and claim the sun was really, really big, if we are getting the exact same shadows from full moonlight, which is within their model, much, much smaller and much, much more local?
Well,
you're missing
like
the
I
point.
said, you're not addressing Adam's point. And when you don't address Adam's point, all I have to do is point out that you're talking about a ratio. And as you change one part of a ratio, you change the other. Yes, you are. That's all you're talking about.
John.
Saying,
Okay then.
in the
Okay then. Okay then.
hold on.
Okay
No,
then.
wait a minute. Let me finish
Okay.
talking.
Brian, you can't moan about him doing it and just say okay 50,000 times through the top of him because he's objecting.
No, because it's pissing me off, Nathan. It's pissing me off that I'm getting this kind of resistance from someone who someone on our own panel who's refusing to fucking understand it. John, you create a globe. You create a globe.
Better then, don't we? We need to just explain a bit better. So have a go at doing that instead of getting angry at him, because that's not going to help us or progress. I'm nearly there, but I'm not quite. I'm kind of sat in the middle. So I could do with listening a bit.
Well, I'll make it simple.
Yeah, do. That's what we want.
I'll leave Chocolate say something first. Chocolate won't say something.
Whether the claim is parallel or divergent rays, right? It isn't the main crux. How is something as big and as far away as the sun creating the same type of shadows as something as small and local as the moon? Right. That's in essence is what you're saying, right, Brian?
Yeah. Well, I'm pointing out the reason why they had to claim the sun was really big. Chocolate, and that's how. This is how exactly. What I'm going to move on now to explain, make it simple. Take the sun out of the equation. It's for John, right? You can do this. I know you have the mathematical ability to do this. Take the sun out of the equation and use the moon, right? And the divergent light from the moon and its distance and its size in comparison, its radius and diameter size in comparison to the globe's radius and diameter size. And I want you to create a globe with a radius of 3959 miles, right, off of the shadows of the moon.
Well, you didn't hear what I said when I said Eratosthenes assumed it was 3 million miles away at a set distance.
That's right.
It's a ratio, Brian.
Yeah,
there is a ratio at place, and all you can change the size
of the sun.
Brian, the second time, Brian, I can't hear a subjection because every time it comes, you talk straight through the top of him and then moan that you're being pissed off. Like you're just talking through his response.
Because I already explained it to him. He didn't listen. It doesn't matter that he claimed it was he only claimed it was 3 million miles away to match the angular size, right? But the size he was claiming it was at 3 million miles away would still have given us parallel light rays. That's the point. They require parallel light rays.
Brian. You just do that with the moon now, and you don't.
You can't, John. The moon is too small and local. You can't create parallel light rays to a globe from something that is another sphere that's local and is only 1/4 its bloody size.
Now you're adding in the sphere again. See, that's the point. When we're talking about light sources, it's about distance and size, right? Now you can change that ratio up and down to where the moon is, right, and be 40 times closer, but 40 times smaller.
So
don't talk through me.
Because you're talking.
Stop it.
You're fucking missing the point.
Come on, Brian. Let him speak. Let's just get to the end of it. One at a time.
When all you're going to do is address the parallel rays, you're talking about a ratio, and all you have to do is change the size as you change the distance. That is my point. That is the finisher.
But there is an issue, though, and I agree with Brian on this. If I may, please, I'll keep it short. Okay? You two bickering about this, it really shone a light on it. Like, you got a point. I mean, if the sun is supposedly shining this light supposedly parallel or almost parallel, because I don't think they claim perfect parallelness, just almost, right? And it's reflecting off this much smaller sphere, presupposed, of the moon, then the light reflection coming off that could not be the same parallel. So yeah, the shadow coming off the moon should have different angles. It really should. And that's a good point.
But it's not just different angles. They should be completely different. They should look completely different. There should be no similarity between the shadows from the full moon and the
that's
shadows
my
from the
point.
sunlight.
That's exactly the same point. Yes. And it just really got through. Like, yeah. I mean, it's those, they claim it's the reflection of the sun. Now, this has geometric consequences because this is reflecting off a small sphere, which they claim. And guess what? Right. The shadows are exactly the same. This is, I never saw this before. It's interesting.
Right, that's Adam's point when he's talking about the change in the angle of incident when it reflects off a smaller surface. That was not addressed in Brian's point.
It wasn't, because it's not important to the point. The point is that all light is claimed to be divergent, but we receive the sunlight parallel because the sun is so big, and that explains the shadows we see in reality. Except that the shadows that are created by the full moon, which will be tonight, are the exact same bloody shadows, John. Right. You're missing the point. Why they need to claim parallel light rays. That's why I asked you to create a globe with using the size of their heliocentric moon and the distance to the moon, and create a globe of 3959 miles out of that. You won't be able to do it because the shadows will not match.
Well, this is funny because every time that supposed presuppositions of sphericity through Aristophanes, it's all about the sun, isn't it? Which is conveniently super big and very far away and almost parallel. But the moon is never drawn into the conversation by the ballers, is it?
Hold on a second.
They never talk about the shadows of the moon, ever. Right, I've never heard any kind of story rollout that involves the shadows of moon. It's always shadows of the sun. This is interesting.
Right, but you can use the moon as long as you make it smaller and closer. You can do the same mathematics with the moon.
You can't, John.
But it doesn't work. It doesn't work in heliocentrism, and that's probably why it's never addressed by ballers. They never bring it up as an example for anything.
That's where they get their ratio. It does work.
No, it doesn't.
John.
You're going to address a different point, which
it's
is
being reflected off a smaller sphere surface.
Oh, and now you're doing it. Hello. Go ahead, John.
Right. All you have to do is change the ratio. They've done that. They made the moon 40 times closer, 40 times smaller. That's about the ratio, right? If you're not going to address Adam's point of the light reflection changing when it hits a smaller circumference sphere, there's no point to be made.
Okay, John. Okay, I'm going to absolutely annihilate you now. I'm going to make the sun the same within their model, the same size as the moon at the same distance from their globe Earth as the moon. Right? Can you create a globe Earth off of the shadows the moon is creating, that sun is creating, with diverging light? Because the light will be divergent, it won't be coming in parallel.
You just did.
You won't be able to do it. You're missing the point. You didn't do it. You just said, I did it. That's a big load of not. You didn't do it.
I'm with Brian on
this.
You didn't
do it. No, John, you're missing the point. You're missing the point of why they have to claim parallel light rays. I'm fucking bored going around in a circle with you. You're not getting it.
That's why they constantly change the distance to the sun. It's just a ratio.
No, you're going way over the line.
Owen, can you just let them two try? It's even worse with you piping in with no.
Yeah, but John is going way overboard here. I don't understand why he's doing that.
I'm going overboard?
Yes, you are. And you haven't actually delivered any direct, even sentence-wise content for your claims as to what you said. Right? Brian made a solid point. He explained it. I get it now. I don't understand why you say like, oh, no. You can just change the calculation or the distance. Like that has nothing to do with it. This is about light trajectory.
They've done it for the last 500 years.
No, John.
No, they don't.
Really big to do it.
No, they
has
don't.
Nothing to do with
yes, they have to make
how the light is supposed to reflect off the moon.
What?
I didn't.
The point isn't reflect, Darwin. Don't straw man.
We're talking about the light reflecting off the moon.
No.
Yeah, but hang on a second. It doesn't really matter it doesn't matter what way the moonlight. Doesn't matter what the moonlight is. It's the fact that it's not divergent. It has to be, or the fact that it's not parallel. It has to be parallel. The sunlight has to be parallel to give us the shadows we see in reality, matching a globe. If the light from the moon is giving us the same shadows, but that light is not coming in parallel, that debunks their whole claim.
Only if you have
Hang on,
evidence that
I'm going to get a
that matches
diagram and
the
I'll post it
claim.
into Master B. I'm done.
Yeah,
only if you have evidence
question,
that
John, just for Brian. So specifically, then within, I get your point. Specifically, what is the fundamental behind why the moon's light isn't coming in parallel or is coming in parallel? Just expand on that a bit.
It comes in the same as the sun.
Brian.
Bloody hell, Arwin.
Yeah, the moon's light and the sun's light within the heliocentric model, all light is diverging. But we receive the sun's light parallel, and that explains the shadows we see made by the sun. We don't receive moonlight parallel because the moon is too small for a star to give us parallel light rays. So we only receive diverging light from the sun or from the moon. But my point is, I'm pointing out that the exact same shadows are created by the moonlight, full moonlight, as is created by the sunlight. But they claim that those shadows, see, within their model, that can't happen because they had to make the sun really big to give them the parallel light rays to explain away the shadows that were used within the Eratosthenes demonstration.
Right, then I agree with you, but as Tony said earlier, what we need for this is that citation that I've nearly found. But that's what it needs, just to firm that up, and then that makes the point. Because it's their point that you contradict.
I'll have a look on that.
Yeah, that's what it needs, and then it's solid. I think that's what John asked for initially, but
yes.
Yeah,
my point
that,
is confusion and a secondary point then to it. So that's cool.
Yes,
but isn't that kind of flippant? Sorry,
secondary
John.
point.
Go ahead. Okay, I'll go. I was gonna say, isn't it a little bit flippant because don't they just flip however they want, whatever they need the light to do? Because they'll show you diagrams, like you get diagrams from NASA where it's like the light's coming off the sun parallel to create a solar eclipse or lunar eclipse or whatever. But then they'll have another diagram where the light's coming off of converging or diverging. They just do whatever they want. So, like, does it matter if they claim it's actually divergent coming from the moon?
You mean the umbra penumbra diagram where it's all really close all of a sudden?
All of a sudden, like somebody turned the dimmer on the sun. Like, ooh, now the sun's light is concentrating on this one point. Well, you got another diagram where it's not doing that. They just do whatever they want.
My
supplementary point was that the ratio size to distance change of the sun has been done at least 5 times that I know of over the past history of heliocentrism, where they've just increased the distance and increased the size. Now, the ratio for the moon falls in line with the ratio for the sun. If you're not going to address how the light is claimed to be reflective off the moon and how that curved surface will affect how we receive the light, I don't think it's a strong point.
You are completely missing it again for about another millionth time. You keep talking about ratio, completely forgetting that the ratio they had to claim involved a sun that was way bigger in diameter than their globe, and they needed to do that and match whatever size they were claiming to match the angular size of the sun. Without parallel light rays, they can't explain away the shadows created by the sun. But we see the exact same shadows in the full moon light. But the
with
moon
the same
light
ratio.
you can't have parallel light rays from the moon, John.
I know that. I'm not arguing for that. Don't straw man my position. I'm not arguing for that.
I'm talking about their claim. That's the point. That was my very point when I asked you to create the globe we're using their size moon and that distance moon, and to create a globe off of that of 3959 miles, you wouldn't have anything to do with it because it can't be done.
Hold on.
You can't be done.
Paper. I'll do it on paper.
It can't be done within the size and distance to their heliocentric moon.
As long as you assume those moon rays are parallel, you can do the same thing with the moon because it's the same
You can't assume they're parallel if the moon is not
because
the size
the ratio is the same ratio.
That makes no sense, John.
No, John,
it's supposed to be light reflecting.
Okay, can I just stop? Okay, we've gone around the circle 3 times. Okay, stop.
The diameter.
Did we get a citation from Brian?
I've been looking there for a citation. I'm asking, does the moonlight come in parallel? Do we receive the moonlight parallel? And I'm getting a lot of nonsense, not getting any answers. They're not even claiming it is parallel or isn't. They're not getting any.
Part of your claim is
but I know within the helium.
Part of your claim is.
No, I know within the heliocentric.
Hello, Brian. You've got to stop at the end of your sentence instead of just repeating the last 3 words over and over again. Okay. Yes, that's what you're stating is their necessity in their claim. That's why you're being asked to cite it.
I'm not stating that they need. Oh my God! I'm specifically sticking to their actual fucking claim. That obviously, I don't know if you even understand it, Nathan, at this stage. I don't know if you actually understand their claim. This is fucking ridiculous.
Nathan hasn't been paying attention except for the last 2 minutes. Why are you jumping on that?
Hello? Excuse me.
I don't understand why you can speak about Eratosthenes and not understand the claim. Well, you can speak about Eratosthenes for years and not understand the claim. I don't get that.
Guys, the full moon is getting at us again. I mean, it is getting full, so I think you're getting overexcited, both of you.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
What's the Eratosthenes claim?
Brian, can you tell me what it is? Just explain what they're saying.
Cite it.
Neil, what they're claiming is the sun has to be. Don't worry, John. I'm gonna fucking get what you're fucking looking for.
It wasn't him interrupting you.
I have no fucking doubt. If I have to contact
it was somebody in Discord. It wasn't even John. It wasn't John.
I have no fucking doubt about that.
It wasn't John.
Okay, buddy.
Whoa. It wasn't John. It was someone else. Go ahead, the upside
John's
down
been
Australian.
fucking asking me for it, and I'm fucking sick of it.
It was someone else.
If you fucking learn the claim, this wouldn't be fucking happening.
Brian, bro.
What's wrong with him right now?
Ask the question to Brian.
Please,
Brian,
passion.
explain it.
Hold on. There's nothing wrong with him. This isn't wrong.
No, I love it. I'm just saying, like, what's happening?
He's passionate about his point.
Okay,
his point
What's happening
is if you use the moon, then because it's closer and smaller, it won't offer the parallel light opportunity. Brian says is the claim of the globers and the necessity to have the sun used in this claim to give them parallel light. He's saying that's negated if you use the moon. Now John's saying, no, doesn't matter because they've scaled them. So it makes no difference if you put it closer or further, so long as they've got the same assumption in place that you've got parallel light from the moon. And Brian's saying, no, they can't have parallel light from the moon. Now we're at the, well, where's your citation to say that it is or isn't from the globe side? Well, we haven't had that yet.
I understood
it differently.
Yeah. Sorry?
Good. Well, I mean, I understood it differently. Is that the claim is that the moon is creating the same exact shadows that the sun is creating, proving that the light patterns are the same. But the moon is also claimed to be 400 times smaller and 400 times further or closer to from the sun, and
reflecting. And reflecting the sunlight. That's the big point.
But never mind of reflecting. It doesn't matter what light it's giving. The point is that just for them to explain the shadows in there, right? The shadows we see in reality. This is why when we go to Eratosthenes, when it shows diagrams of the Eratosthenes demonstration, one of them, Nathan, you show the best one. You show within your slideshow where it shows a close local sun with diverging light, proving the Earth showing the Earth to be horizontal, but showing parallel light rays, then showing the Earth being a globe. For their for them to explain the shadows we see in reality, they need to make the sun really, really big to give us like parallel light rays. Because if the sun is not big and is not giving us parallel light rays and is close and giving us diverging light rays, then the Earth cannot be a globe. But we get the exact same shadows from full moon light. And within their model, the moon is not giving us parallel light rays because it can't. We're receiving light from the moon divergent, because all light is divergent, even within their model. It's only the sunlight comes in parallel because the sun is so big. That's the reason we still get parallel light rays from the sun. That's their claim.
Well, they mathematically need it to be parallel, or Aristotle's shadow presupposition doesn't work. That's specifically why.
Exactly.
Yeah. What I'm
Right.
picturing,
So
though, Brian,
moonlight's
like,
parallel. You just proved moonlight was parallel.
No, John.
Yeah, if we assume, if we pretend that we
Dude,
live on a
stop being
globe,
such
right?
a straw manning dick, John. You're being a dick.
That's not a straw manning.
He's just making his
argument.
Hello. Why are you being like that to John? Or I appreciate the passion, but by the same token, you don't need to get so angry about it. The guy in Discord, whoever, go ahead.
Oh, I was saying, if we are pretending to work under, thanks, Nathan. If we're pretending to work under their presupposition that we live on a globe, right? So,
why'd you cut out, man?
At its center, right? So that all is fine and dandy, right? And works along Brian's argument, or to John's point that, well, yeah, it will be parallel no matter what. You lift it up, it'll be parallel at center, but it has to be so big and so far. So, but the issue that I do see myself as well is the reflection, the angle of incident being the biggest debunking problem. Great point, but the biggest contradiction.
That is the point. That's the best point to be made from this. But it's being told it's not the point by my friend on the other side of this.
That's right, because exactly. Why it's not? Why you're missing it? Because you're missing it because they have to claim the light is coming in parallel to explain the shadows away with the sun. But if we can get the exact same shadows with full moonlight, and not if we can, we do, then their whole claim, they needed to claim that the shadows that are being created by the sunlight, that was because the light was coming in parallel, which allowed the Earth to be a globe. If we can get the exact same shadows using full moonlight, then the Earth cannot be a globe. All the ratio won't change anything because you're missing the parallel light rays.
It can still be a globe, and the moon just emits its own light. That's it.
No,
it's still a globe. The moon is just its own light. Yeah.
No, but the point I'm making is, for the moon within their model to give us the exact same shadows, the moon would have to be giving us parallel light rays, which means the moon would have to be way bigger in diameter than their globe.
No, not necessarily. It's a ratio differential from the angle of incident. Not bigger than their globe. Don't say no until you hear what I say. It's a ratio that they have changed several. I give up. Go ahead.
No, I want to hear it, John, please.
I want to hear it. It just gets rumpused every time by Brian.
It's a ratio that all they have to do is change. And they tell you it's in line with the change when they say it's a 40-to-1 ratio. 40 times closer, 40 times smaller. It is falling in line with the ratio they established for the angle of incidence in the first place. So unless you were going to address, God damn.
Let him finish. Come on.
That ratio is not to do with
Now what he was explaining is incomplete. Come on. You gotta let each other finish. Come on, guys.
Says Arwen the Sage.
Yes, says me. No, because I'm the number one interrupter.
2 days in a row you've lectured us all.
Asking us to complete is just ridiculous.
But this high energy in the air, and you guys are all being subjected. But things happen. Then
I've got a suggestion.
Maybe
if you told us a bit about the moon, Arwen, it might calm everyone down.
Yeah, well, there is almost a full moon, and you can snicker about that all you like, but that is an influence.
Can I be Mr. Helper?
Who's that?
Oh, please.
Oh, yes, please.
I'm going to be, I don't know. I think I'm going to be Mr. Helper, but I don't think it's going to help matters much.
And I know what you're going to do, and it won't.
Yeah, we know.
And it won't.
I'm glad you know too, John.
Are you going to interrupt me, Arwen, or what?
I think Arwen will lecture you afterwards about interruptions while simultaneously interrupting you now.
Yes.
I'm not going to interrupt him.
Okay. The sun's rays must be parallel in their model, not due to the size, but to the distance of the sun. Now, they're connected. They have to be, right? Because of the angular size issues with the sun and the moon. But the main point is that they're, from the heliocentric model side, if you go into their rhetoric, and it makes just common sense, the geometry of it, that the sun rays must be parallel, which they're not, due to the distance the sun is away, not its size.
I'm sorry, that's not correct.
Yeah, that is fucking correct.
No, its size is based on its angular size. They have, or its distance. The distance they have to. They start with the diameter size, and that's the given parallel light rays. Just because something is far away doesn't mean that the light is going to be parallel.
Yeah, it has to be parallel because of the distance. Think about it.
No, it could be small and be far away, and we won't get parallel.
It still would have to be. Yeah.
No, you would get parallel. We get parallel rays from the stars. Yes.
No, Arwen, the stars are claimed to be way huger than the sun. Stars are claimed to be way huger than the sun.
Yeah, but everything at a vast distance is claimed to be parallel light.
Yeah, but that's because they were claimed to be really, really big.
That doesn't really matter. No, that's not involved.
Really big.
It's the distance that makes it parallel.
The sun,
being big is what makes it bright.
Let me speak. Look, I was trying to address Kiwi. If you make the sun in the heliocentric model only 100,000 miles in diameter, right? Will you still get the same parallel light rays?
100,000 miles in diameter?
Yeah.
Will I still? It's malformed. Their question makes no sense. Will you still get? How far away is it?
No, but that's the point. I'm keeping it at the same distance, but I'm making it smaller in diameter. You won't get the same You won't get parallel light rays.
Yeah, you would. You'd have to.
You won't. The distance doesn't give you parallel light rays. It's the size. The size of the diameter will give you parallel light rays.
It's both. It's both.
No, the size of the diameter is what gives you the parallel light rays.
No, the size doesn't have anything to do with it. It's the distance.
Well, sure, it has to get parallel. Yeah, but no, it don't. No, the distance is not. The distance is what they have to place it at. When they give it a size, they then have to place it at the distance that would match what their singular size we see. No, I don't. No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
I'm sorry, I don't. It's the one time I have to totally.
I'm sorry, you do. It's
no,
another.
I'm right.
I'd
right.
probably have to side with Brian here.
And besides, you can't make an Irishman. You know, you can't make them do things.
Thank you, Owen. Go ahead, Adam.
So, from my understanding,
well, then I side with QE.
Thank you for the colour commentary. Try again, Adam.
If we look at it historically, it's a bit of both. So I think early on it's put at 2 or 3 million miles. And the reason it gets further and further is the reality of the impact of the size of it to have virtually non-diverging rays. So the compromise is to get it so big and so far away that allows you to have virtually parallel rays. That then sets the rate of where the moon would be, which is proportional based on their angular size in the sky, because all of that is backwork from that. Even the initial guess size at 3 million miles is still calculated based on its angular size and just trigonometry in the sky. So I would say it's a bit of both of everything. One's the kind of antecedent of the other, and that's why over time it's slid as we've had more optical understanding and the implications of light leaving a spherical surface. It had to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and that consequently further away to keep its same angular size in the sky. But they had to make it bigger to match the knowledge of optics.
Right, but that's the thing. If you don't address the radius of the surface that it's claimed to be reflecting off of, or if you don't address the optics of it, then there's no point in asserting that changing the ratio of the moon to a different size is going to affect anything, because all they would have to do then is say that the moonlight's parallel.
No, they can't say that. They can't say the moonlight's parallel because it's not big enough and far enough. It's not big enough to give parallel light.
No, far enough. You said it right. Far enough.
Oh,
no,
the light.
I don't know.
Let's just slow down it.
Hold on. Hold on. There sounds like hold on. Between QE, Brian, and Adam and John, there sounds like there's a conclusion in it somewhere.
Yeah. Well,
so based on that, QE, are you saying that Brian is correct and that the moon is not
based on
far enough away?
Based on what I didn't get John's whole argument because it's a separate argument to the one that I made. They're connected, but subtly. Right? Adam just proved my point. He didn't even realize it. But
yeah,
I don't know where this argument's going.
Well, let's just play out the path of the light, its journey, shall we say? Yeah. So it's left this supersized sun that's really far away and almost parallel. Okay, now it's traveling at that almost parallel until it hits the moon. Now they can either have it instantly just reflect back, ignoring the shape of their surface, and it can stay parallel at that point, can't it? Because it's just instantly reflected back. So they're all equal reflections. So the rate of divergence stays the same. However, this is where I first came in saying, well, that would be fine. And this is what they don't mention. You can't find it anywhere, is how they deal with what happens when it reflects off of a supposed lunar curved surface of a much, much smaller size, which would have an impact on the reflection angles and therefore the divergence rate.
Yeah,
and that's the point.
So that, John, is the point we're all at. But Brian's saying no, that bit's not necessary, and maybe he should explain why, because that's the bit I'm struggling with. Because all that works in my head, batters them, and it forces them to, as we're saying, make a claim that it's parallel light off of the moon. And at that point, that's when John Refracted's coming in saying, yeah, the angle of incidence is what's important there, because it is if you've got a straight reflected, same divergent sunlight reflected off the straight reflection.
You got a double whammy. You got a double whammy because you're assuming you're assuming a lot of things. You, as in the royal you, are assuming two things: not the radius or the diameter of the moon, but the surface of the moon also is going to create divergent, right?
Yeah, because it's not smooth for a start. So,
right.
So there's all of that. So, and this is Brian's point. I thought, well, certainly within it, this is the point that we're saying, well, that proves that it's got to be different, but it creates the same shadow. But Brian's saying, no, you don't need to deal with that bit. And I think that's the bit Brian needs to clarify or agree with.
I'll clarify it. The reason it doesn't matter what way the moon is giving us light, the reason that doesn't matter is because the moon within their heliocentric model is not big enough to give us parallel light rays. The only reason that we are claimed to get parallel light rays from the sun is because the sun is over 800,000 miles in diameter within their model.
See, that's my problem.
No, but you can't. How can you get parallel light rays? See, they don't claim that the light is parallel, QB. They claim all light is divergent. But because the sun is so big, they don't claim that the light is parallel. They claim all light is parallel. Hang on, you leave me finish. Please leave me finish.
You're fucking wrong.
I'm not wrong. You're not listening. You're not
you are. They claim it's almost parallel.
I am not wrong. You didn't leave me finish. How the fuck would you know? How the fuck would you know? You haven't fucking listened.
Come on, let him
They don't claim that
fucking raise your voice to me, sunshine.
I fucking will. You're shouting at me. You're fucking shouting back.
Stop ruining the show.
Hang on, Owen. Hang on. You are wrong, Kiwi.
Emotionally attacked this horse shit.
If you fucking listen, you'd hear.
This discussion has been going for an hour, Kiwi. Just
fuck you, listen. Post a citation where it says, shut up, Arwen. Post a citation where it says about parallel rays in the
fuck yourself with your attitude. Why don't you get some
you're just ruining it. You're not even part of this argument. And you've piped up to add to the fire just for the sake of it. You're just being antagonistic and then moaning about it when someone tells you to stop it. Please don't.
Yeah, parallel rays. Heliocentrism. Why do they say the rays are parallel or not parallel? Please, citation, please.
Leave me finish what I was trying to say before you jumped on me. And then you'll know you'll understand it then. They don't claim that light is parallel. They claim all light from the sun is divergent. But because the sun is so big, we receive that light as parallel because it hasn't diverged enough yet. That's their claim. That's what I was trying to tell you.
Isn't that just semantics?
It's the size. It's the size.
Yeah, here we go again.
Yeah, it's the size.
Yeah.
Look, it's the size. I can show you any
It's
amount.
not.
It is. It's the size.
No.
The size is what gives the power. That's why they don't claim parallel light with things like the moon.
Geometry.
Put the moon in the okay. Then let me ask you this then, right? If you take the heliocentric moon,
you show it.
I'm gonna no.
You show it.
No, I'm gonna prove it right now.
Scale diagram the sun and the moon, and show the light rays. That's how you can show it, not by asking me shit.
What do you mean?
Scale
show
the
a diagram
sun.
of the sun and the moon, and what?
Yeah. Yep. Scale
and
the
what?
sun. Just if you'd shut the fuck up, you'd hear it. Scale the sun and its size and the distance to the earth and fucking draw light rays that don't exist. And you fucking show. Easy.
Show what?
Show the divergent fucking rays. And how they'll never hit the fucking earth at that distance. It's fucking common sense.
No, that's not their claim.
Yeah, it is.
It's not. Why do they have to have the sun so big then?
Because of the fucking angular size, because the sun looks the same size as the moon. Duh.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So, but the sun, why did they have to make it big in the first place?
I just fucking told you.
No, you didn't. Why did they have to make it big in the first place? I'm trying to get the point across to everyone. Why did they have to make the sun big in the first place?
They have to make it big because it's the same fucking angular size as the moon.
But that has nothing to do with the reason they had to make it big in the first place.
Yeah,
that wasn't why they had to make it big.
Far away.
No, they had to make it big for to explain the shadows in the Eratosthenes demonstration, to give them parallel light rays.
Yo.
You don't understand it.
Oh, no, I don't understand.
I'm sorry, I hate to say this to you, but you don't get it.
You're going to have to show.
Okay, one second.
Citation.
Yep.
Back to this again.
Well, I side with QE.
Nathan.
Say again? What was that,
I
Brian?
side with QE. Not okay.
Yeah. Well, you're siding with the wrong side. Please,
John,
Nathan.
Your sister.
Brian, do you want a citation? The right.
Sorry, Anthony.
They want a citation or a reference that you can cite that shows what you claim that they claim. And they are right. I do agree with that. Show that they claim that. Otherwise, John's point is valid. They can say it's a straw man because you've heard them say it all the time. Nobody's ever said that gravity is a force, and we all know that they have. Get the citation and then come back because that is a legitimate criticism.
I just can't believe this is happening.
I can tell you now, Brian. They're not going to address it. You're not going to find a citation from a
he's right.
Source.
It's only a citation, Brian. It doesn't mean that you win or lose the point. It just means that you support it.
Actually weird right now with nobody yelling in my ear.
I got
Because John's
Earth
on
guy.
mute. John doesn't realize he's on mute.
I got Southern California. Excuse me, Southern California Earth Guide online classroom. Why is the sun's rays that land on the Earth parallel? The further a planet is from the sun, the smaller the arc of the sun's rays that intercept that planet. Simple as fucking that.
That's brilliant. Why is the sun really big? No one is answering that. Nobody's addressing it. Why is the sun really big? Why did they have to make the sun really big?
Ask them.
No,
because of this.
you're arguing with me, so I'm asking you. Sorry, Anthony. Go on.
Why am I asking you? I just fucking debunked you.
You didn't debunk me. They're fucking wrong if they're saying it's not to do
They're
with the
wrong.
size. If they're saying they are wrong, they are wrong. If they're trying to say it's nothing to do with the size, they're wrong.
Fair enough.
So we can just make claims about stuff that.
Wouldn't it be a combination of the two, the size and the distance? Does it have to be one
Are you
or the
talking
other?
about in reality or in their geometry? Are you talking about in reality or their geometry, Chocolate?
I'm always talking about reality.
Yeah, see, that's a problem.
Yeah,
We've already made
reality
the
always
we
seems to
fell
be a
into
problem when
hole.
we're talking about. Sorry.
We fell into a hole where we give them a model and we give them that they can get angles from a curved surface. We've given them all that. Now we're in trouble. That's all this is proven.
This distance, the reason they have to say the sun is 93 million miles away, Chocolate, is because they're claiming that it's 800,000 miles in diameter. Why are they claiming it's 800,000 miles in diameter? Why did they say originally, Eratosthenes supposedly say it was 3 million miles away? What size did he say it was at 3 million miles away? I guarantee you the size matches the parallel light rays. I can guarantee you, because to have parallel light rays, the diameter of the light source has to at least be bigger than the diameter of the Earth. It has to be bigger than the diameter of the globe Earth that it's going to be covering.
Oh, right, so.
You know, on the bright side of things, when I was being told I didn't understand, like being a flat earther, hearing that so much, it's like water off the duck's back at this point.
A duck's back? I think it's a dove's back.
Duck.
Dove's
Yeah.
back.
Oh, isn't
Where?
it dove? D-O-V-E?
Mars?
Oh.
Duck.
Yeah, but it's different though, because when a Glover's telling you that, he's just saying you don't understand anything. When Brian's telling you that, he's just saying you don't understand his point. That's very different, being where it's coming
What
from.
planet am I from?
That's right.
No, that's their point too. They make a claim, you debunk it, they say you don't understand. They're saying you don't understand the point that I just made that you debunked. Same thing.
I don't know, man. How many more years you reckon until it's you know, like, do you know what I mean?
You didn't use a word.
Oh, sorry. Just like not so much of a just you know, like a hidden, you know, like everyone understands now that just a big lie.
Well, as long as
Like roughly,
they
can you
purporting the
see
lie.
like 5 years ahead? Can you imagine like what it's going to be like at that point?
Not really. I don't know.
I don't think it's going to be much different.
I would agree.
Yes,
Probably
it
the
is.
same.
What's wrong with you? Look at all the shit. Look at this. Look at the advances we've made already. You keep saying it's a little corner of the internet. You're out of your freaking mind.
What?
Yeah, but there's still.
Because I mean, if this is all we got, if this is all we got, like I'd rather have this until I'm like 80 and have, you know, like the chance to argue and get shit off my chest, then not have that. So hopefully that gets to stay. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I worry that it catches on, but like people that are throwing science under the bus to assert their worldview, I'm afraid that they'll be the prevalent ideology, and we'll just go backwards instead of forward.
Yeah, that sounds right. The anti-flat Earth will become the norm.
Yeah. I posted something
John,
into Master D.
Sorry. John thinks the heliocentric model is good. Keeps us in control. Right, John?
You didn't hear what I said, did you? I said, I'm afraid that if Flat Earth caught on, the people that throw science under the bus on our side will be the ones that people listen to. And we will be taking a step back.
Oh, no.
What you mean
That
in
can't
society?
happen. I know what you're talking about now. Yes, you're right. That can't happen, though.
If people believed it was a globe after knowing it was flat, I mean, what can't happen?
Believe, yeah, accept it as true without proof. So I mean, I don't know how they're gonna believe. They have to choose to believe it, right?
I just feel like people, flat earthers, throwing science under the bus don't understand the difference between science, as in a cause and effect relationship, and just what is. What if you're trying to prove what is? Why would you throw a cause and effect relationship and a method to establish that under the bus? That makes no damn sense.
Well, to have an Easter agenda, you will.
Just target him, like it's anything he says. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to single anyone out, but yeah,
right.
That you know what I'm saying? So, you know what? I think what we do here is important. If nothing else, it just keeps reality alive a little bit longer, I guess.
And with that,
no, I'm playing game.
Brian did say he posted something in Master B, I think. I did. Unless I'm bugging. Did I hear you say that, Brian?
I did.
Okay.
I posted something in Master B. I'm looking for something else now, just a very simple diagram.
Gotcha.
I'll read out if you want to show it, Nathan, what it is, just because it supports what I said.
Yeah, go on then.
From the Mathematical Association of America, MAA.org, Eratosthenes and the Mystery of the Stades, right? Parallel light rays. 2, that light rays from the sun which strike the earth are parallel. In fact, this assumption is incorrect. Sun rays striking the earth are not parallel. How did Eratosthenes justify such a claim? Just years earlier, a man named Aristarchus of Samos produced a work entitled On the Sizes and Distances of the Sun and Moon. This masterpiece of ancient astronomy contains an elaborate geometric proof which asserts that the distance from the Earth to the Sun is approximately equal to 180 Earth diameters. Furthermore, he reasoned that the Sun's diameter is approximately 6 3/4 times that of the Earth. Actually, the Sun is almost 1,200 Earth diameters from the Earth, and the Sun's diameter is around 109 times the Earth's. But the idea is the same. The Sun is much larger than the Earth, and light rays from the Sun travel a great distance to the Earth. They have to change the distance when they change the size. They have to change the size when they change the distance, but they always need the size to be much larger than the globe Earth to give them parallel light rays. You can't get parallel light rays off of something that is smaller in diameter to the thing that it's lighting. Can't do that. And even they said that
where was that at in your citation?
light,
Hold on a sec. Where was that at in your citation? Did you add that? Did you add that? Or where was that at in the citation?
That wasn't in the citation. I didn't try to fucking add it into the citation. All right? I never tried that. I read it out. I finished reading it out. Then I started speaking about it. I didn't claim it was part of the citation, so I'm not being a fraudulent cunt.
No need.
If you read it, there
is a need.
Right, Joe, read it. I've just read it. That explains the point correctly. Even down to Brian's point at the end, you can't offer. It needs to be a larger light source to get the parallel light. Well, close to parallel on a smaller object. It does explain that in there nice, and it also shows why the level of experimental error lower down shows why they're so far out. They're happy with errors of 1 degree, which is why they've only got a sun not that far away and not that big. It's only 180 Earth diameters instead of 1200 in the current model. But that was sufficient to approximate rays that come in at virtually the 0.9 degree difference, it's saying, so it approximates there.
So
it obviously gets further away as we get more and more accurate instruments and have to adjust the heliocentric model accordingly. But this is the first.
Right. Hold on. This is what I was getting ready to say. Is it showing the ratio that they have to maintain with the sun? And if it is showing a ratio, it's not.
It's talking about the rate of emission of rays off a curved surface and how big it has to be and far away it has to be to approximate to the fact that
that's a ratio, Adam. No. That's a ratio. You know that.
I thought,
exactly.
No. But first of all, they're figuring out the minimum. That's all they're happy. That's all they're doing here. It's not a ratio. They're assigning, with an R value, they're assigning a distance with R, theoretically, that will give them a ray divergence that is equivalent to what they're measuring in reality. That's my understanding. I've only briefly read it, but that's my understanding of that page, John.
No, but in one part it says very clearly. May I please add? Okay, if I can just add that it says very clearly where it is written, but the idea is the same. The sun is much larger than the earth, and light rays from the sun travel a great distance to the earth. That is the main idea, the distance, and the rest of the ratio remains the same.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point, Arthur.
Yeah. The main philosophical point to make it happen is what he says earlier. It doesn't matter that they got the sizes massively wrong, not just 180 diameters where it's almost 1200. Yeah, that doesn't matter. It's the initial concept that to keep these parallel, then the only way to do that is to have a light source much, much bigger. That's very different to all the other understandings. It was small and local, the sun. This is what Eratosthenes is making a leap in doing. And the reason he makes that leap is to keep the light rays parallel. You've got to have a big surface. The smaller the surface, the more the divergence. So you've got to have it much bigger than the Earth to allow first of all, the opportunity of parallel light rays is my understanding of this claim.
Okie dokie. I'm glad we clarified it in the end. Anyone any last
points?
But
did we clarify it?
I think so.
What got clarified? What got clarified?
I feel clarified now.
But what's clarified?
I will point out that 238,000 miles and 3 million miles, while if you're talking about percentages, that's like it's not a huge jump, right? Now, when you talk about 91 million miles, when you talk about 91 million miles, it might be. But if they can make the claim with a 3 million mile, I don't know, have they demonstrated why it has to be bigger? Or did they just state it?
Yeah, it has to be bigger for the light to come in parallel. Otherwise, if it's close and local, the light is not, you're not going to have the whole one side of our globe lit. If it's close and local, you won't have an even lighting over all one side of our globe. They need to have the diameter of the light source bigger than our globe.
Okay,
But
so you're
they have to then match that to the angular size of the. Just let me just say, they have to match that to the angular size of the sun. Then, so it's a double thing they have to do.
You're confusing the diameter that is lit with the angle of incident, right?
I'm not confusing anything.
Yeah, you are. You just did.
I didn't confuse anything. This is what I've been trying to explain for an hour and a half here. I'm not even remotely confused about any of this.
What is up, everybody?
The point I'm making in the first place, John, is you can't have parallel, and that's why what I showed it, spoke about it. You can't have parallel light rays from the moon in the heliocentric model. The light cannot come in even remotely parallel. They will always come in divergent. Yet the shadows from the full moonlight are exactly the same as the shadows from the full sunlight. So consequently, the reason they needed to explain the shadows away with the sunlight was because of Eratosthenes. They needed to claim that the shadows, that the sun was really big and gave it, so we have parallel light rays, and that way those shadows match a globe. But you can't do that with the moon, yet we have the same exact shadows. So it makes what they did with the sun, making it big and far away, completely pointless. Because it debunks our globe completely.
Anyone else?
Yeah, let me read this.
Yeah.
In fact, the assumption is incorrect when it says, are the light from the sun and earth are parallel. In fact, this assumption is incorrect. Striking the earth and not parallel.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Did Eratosthenes justify the claim? Just years, a man named Aristarchus of Samos produced a work entitled On the Size and Distances of the Sun and Moon. This masterpiece of ancient astronomy contains an elaborate geometric proof which asserts that the distances from the Earth to the Sun is approximately equal to 180 Earth diameters. Furthermore, he reasoned that the Sun's diameter is approximately 6 3/4 times that of the Earth. Actually, the Sun is almost like it's, but the idea is the same. The Sun is much larger than the Earth, and light rays from the Sun travel a great distance to the Earth. But is it the great distance or the size?
Well, they need the size to give them the light rays coming in apparently parallel, but they need the distance then for that size. They need the distance to match the angular size we see. So we see a 0.5 angular size of the sun. So they need, if they're going to claim the sun is over 800,000 miles in diameter, then they're going to have to set it at 93 million miles, around 93 million miles away, to put that size of a sun at that distance from an angular point of view.
If I
the sun,
if I may add something
bigger or
very-
smaller?
Hold on,
it
flat
just
Earther,
depends on-
then no
but the
tanks.
Earth-
Hold on one sec. Go ahead, flat Earther, then
If
no
I may,
tanks.
if I may add something very relevant here, I am sure that more people here have read the book Kings Dethroned. And there he points out the primary flaw in the Western cosmology, even in Copernican cosmology, which started in 2nd century AD by Ptolemy. And that flaw was that these heavenly bodies are infinitely far. They are at an infinite distance, nothing to do with the size. The size keeps changing depending on the angular size. If they claim that it is a further distance, then they'll have to increase the size, because the size of the angular sun that we actually observe does not change. That remains the same. So the ratio of the distance to the size remains same based on the assumption that these bodies are infinitely far. And that's the primary flaw in Western cosmology.
Yeah, but you're missing the
That's an
point of
interesting point. Yeah.
you're missing something, right? For the globe
Yes,
Earth to have parallel light rays, the sun, to create the shadows that we see the sun creating, then in reality, right, for the Earth to be a globe, they needed to make the sun. Never mind the stars and all that. That was all secondary. They had to start with the sun. Remember, they claim the sun is also a star. they started off with the sun because they needed to explain the shadows that are viewed in the Eratosthenes demonstration and what we see in reality. They needed to explain that over a curved surface with a radius of 3959 miles. So to do that, right, they had to make the sun big, but because they were making the sun big to give them apparently parallel light rays, they then had to make it far away, because we don't see a really big sun, we see half a 0.5 of a degree in size of a sun, right? But the whole point of that was so they could explain away the shadows we see in reality. But the full moonlight gives us the exact same shadows. But the moon in their model is much smaller than the globe, and it's much closer to the globe than the sun. So it would be impossible for that moon to give us the exact same shadows, the shadows it does give us, right? That would match what the sun gives us if their model was correct.
No thanks.
See,
Oh, well, I mean, I don't know, a different. I forgot my original point, but a different point, I guess, to Brian would be if the sun then is always 180 degrees across from the moon, then that would be consistent with their model.
yeah, but what isn't consistent with the model is the fact that we have the same shadows from the full moonlight that we get from the full sunlight. That is not consistent. See, you're getting lost in the model instead of going back to why they had to claim the sun was really big. Why did they have to do that? I'm going to show
Because
you
they
in
knew
a
the
second.
size of the distance of the sun determines the size of the Earth to them.
And no, it's the other way around.
Right, yeah.
Anybody else got any last comments on this? I'm exhausted.
I have 1 second. Just give me a second. I'm going to post something.
You go all day, baby.
I had the same question to Brian, because when he said that they had to decide the size of the sun, it has to be bigger than the radius of the Earth. I think it's the other way around. From the distance of the sun, we get the radius and everything, isn't it?
No, that's all back calculated from the radius in the first place.
Right. Well, that's what the point is, that they're back calculating it from the sun, using the sun's shadow to tell us the size of the Earth. Yeah.
Well, no, you've got to get a scaling value. So you have to make an assumption about the size of one of the lights in the sky, because you don't have any actual sizes or actual distances. So at some point you've got to insert a value for one of those lights.
So they don't know the size of the sun. They just claim to.
They know the size of Venus, I think.
Well, do we? No,
How'd that happen? Was that Captain Cook going to Tahiti or some shit?
No. It was a guy called Christian Huygens. But Huygens assumed that Venus would have the same value of hour as Earth is assumed to have. So therefore that gives you scaling value.
Oh, because in the book they talk about
Hold on, because I'm not finding the ratio. We're talking about a ratio now, right?
Yeah, I know.
I posted that picture.
Well, are we talking about a ratio? Like, because there was a claim that within the claim that article makes, which I'm not seeing any like meat on the bone where there's any tying this to infinite distances. They didn't say that, and I'm not finding the ratio. Like it sounds like they just stated it must be bigger. I'm not finding the claim.
What's bigger?
I'm not finding any basis in reality for the claim. I'm not finding any basis in reality.
Even if they don't say the claim out loud, right? Let's just say there's nowhere where we could see them saying literally that the light coming from the moon is divergent. But isn't making the claim that because of how big and how far away the sun is, and that making the light coming from it parallel or almost parallel, whatever that is, isn't that like basically like a claim out of omission?
Not omission, it's consequence. You're saying if they're saying, well, I'll just be making Brian's point again for the 17th time if I say it, but if they're saying there's a necessity for the sun to be big and far away to make the light parallel to explain these shadows, then a natural consequence of that is, well, obviously we couldn't use the moon then because it won't have the same effect given that it's small and close by comparison. That's Brian, but that is
By
Brian's point.
comparison. That's the statement that's made, and then there's a claim that that article makes without any support that it has to be bigger than the Earth. Like
it is not without support. It's a geometric issue, John.
Yeah, I'd just see that as a geometric, obvious thing.
Okay,
if we're going to make this claim,
obvious that a ratio has an end.
No. The geometric obvious thing is that if we're going to notice that we've got mildly diverging rays, yeah, we can either have a close local sun, or if we go the opposite way, the only way if the sun is far away is and to create these close to parallel rays is for it to be significantly bigger than the body that it's casting the light onto. Now,
right, but see, when you apply that, you can do the same thing with the moon. If you're going to apply that logic,
not in the heliocentric model, you can.
Yo.
You
right,
keep saying
round
that.
out on this. These guys are going to thrash this out for many hours to come, I'm in no doubt. But with that, I'm going to say another massive thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.